1021 and AM 1450 KYNT, Yankton.
The following is a presentation of Mount Marty Lancers football on KYNT, a Riverfront sports property. Mount Marty football on KYNT is brought to you by Les Schwab Tires, Core Trust Bank, Dakota Beverage, Aztec, Dakota Mac, Parker Hannafin, Conkling Distributing, Runza, Avera, Gernsner Oil, Mason Schramm and the Move Group, Pizza Ranch, Sherco, The Meat Lodge, Foreman Charters, Slowey Management, and Lewis and Clark Ford. Now we go live to the field with Steve Thum and Tehl Tanner for Mount Marty Lancers football on KYNT.
It's Saturday afternoon. You know what that means. College football on KYNT. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. Great to have you here. It's homecoming today for the Mount Marty Lancers as they play host to the Hastings Broncos. The Lancers coming in at 4-3. Hastings 3-4 this year in the Great Plains Athletic Conference. Cloudy skies, 55 degrees. We're not expecting any rain, but the lights are on, Tehl, here at Crane Youngworth Field.
Yeah, it's overcast skies, pretty heavy overcast skies right at the moment. It's kind of a gloomy, breezy day, but you know what? For October football, 59 degrees ain't that bad, especially considering this is the end of October. This is the last football game they'll get to play in this month, and we've seen a lot worse weather than this. Yes. I'll take it.
When you picture in your mind, and you can see it if you're watching on the live stream, you know, when you say it's a fall day, overcast skies, kind of gloomy, the leaves are starting to turn, a little bit of a chill in the air, 55 degrees, a quintessential fall day here in Yankton, South Dakota for this big matchup, homecoming game between the Lancers and the Broncos. Mount Marty coming off a loss at Dordt, 33-13 the score there, and Hastings, they are coming off a loss against Concordia by a score of 32-29. Last year, these two teams met on November the 9th. It was the last game of the year for Hastings, their senior day, and Mount Marty won at Hastings 24-21. It was the first time that the Lancers have beaten Hastings, so they are 1-3 all time against the Broncos coming into today's matchup here today on the home field of Mount Marty.
And it was a close couple of games, too.
Yes.
Lancers had them close a couple of times. The very first time they played back in 2021, it was a 28-21 final here in Yankton. Hastings got that win. The next year after that, that was the biggest score difference in the series history at 45-20 down in Hastings. They won last year, or 2 years ago, last time we played in Yankton. You'll remember a heartbreaker game for the Lancers. It was 45-42, the final. Hastings with the last score there, able to take it. And then last year, as you said, 24-21, the Lancers, they were able to run the ball pretty well in that game. Ended up having a couple of touchdowns from Kyle Hirsch, Rugby Riken. Rugby had another through the air. Lancers just played really well.
Yes, they did in that big win on the road last year down in Hastings, Nebraska. Matt Franzen, the head coach for the Broncos. Of course, he coached Doane for a number of years, took them to the playoffs back in 2016 and 2017. Now he is coaching at Hastings, which is really interesting because Hastings and Doane is one of the longest rivalries in all of NAIA football.
Yeah, they go back a long way, and there's a lot of good matchups there. It's always surprising you see a jump like that, but he's had some decent results. Hastings has been pretty good the last couple of years, and this year, a couple of big wins. They've had close losses and big wins. They beat Northwestern in Orange City just a couple of weeks ago on the 4th of October, their second-to-last game from this spot. Before that, they played Morningside at home and played them real close, 41-31 final in that home game there. Wins over Waldorf and Doane as well. Another decently close game with Midland and Briarcliff, and then just a 3-point loss to Concordia. I know they have a losing record at 3-4, but this is a good squad.
This is a dangerous team at 3-4. And last year, a bit of a slump. Hastings had put together a couple of good seasons before 2024, but they slumped 2-9 last year. But again, last year, some close losses for the Hastings Broncos, and they've had some close losses again this year in the 2025 campaign. Meanwhile, the Lancers, a couple weeks ago, they beat Doane 31-14, but against Dordt, they got off to a good start. But Tehl, after that first drive where they marched down the field on a long drive and scored a touchdown, the offense was just stuck in neutral.
Yeah, it was. It was just stuck in neutral pretty much the rest of the game. A couple of interceptions, a couple of turnovers there, and Dordt really just kind of took control. The number 10 team in the country looked like the number 10 team in the country. They're able to get that win. And
so the Dordt defenders now alone on top in the Great Plains Athletic Conference. We're going to learn more about what's going on in the GPAC here in a few minutes when we get to the Saturday football report. Of course, the Commissioner, Corey Westra, will be bringing that to you. It's all part of the Dakota Beverage pregame show here. And remember, whether it's Coors Light or Miller Lite, please drink responsibly. We'll do a deeper dive and examine the numbers on these two teams throughout the pregame show here. And a little bit later on, we're also going to have a player interview as well. Tehl, who are we talking to today?
Figured it was a good time to talk to the quarterback of the Mount Marty Lancers in Rugby Riken, the Yankton native, here for Lancer Days week. It's homecoming for Mount Marty. And a dual sport athlete as we just started basketball season on Thursday as well. Both Lancer basketball teams putting up wins. Rugby was sitting on the bench, didn't get to dress as he's in the middle of football season as well. But yeah, a couple of dual sport athletes on this team. We talked to him about the process of what it's going to be like turning from football to basketball this time of year. He's doing dual practices right now, studying film with the basketball team on a couple of days a week. We talked to him about how busy his schedule is.
Yeah, I love those dual sport athletes. I've seen a few of them over the years at various schools throughout the Great Plains Athletic Conference, and it is always a treat because that is the definition of kicking it old school.
Yeah, it is. And you see it every now and then between football and baseball, or maybe like track and field. Yep. And track, you very rarely see it with football and basketball. That is something you don't see ever. And so the Lancers have 3 of those. Zone, tie-in, and rugby all in dual sport athlete. The Lancers also have a dual sport basketball player who's playing golf right now. It's, a lot of dual sport athletes at this school.
And remember Marcus Genovid a couple of years ago, football and an outstanding track and field athlete that young man was during his time here at Mount Marty. And of course, Lancer Days. It's been a busy week on campus as well, and always potentially a lot of distractions with all the festivities around campus. That is continuing today, and it will continue tomorrow as well, as the Fine Arts Hall of Fame will have some inductees. We'll be talking a little bit about that as it's been a full week of activities. You can learn more by going to the Mount Marty webpage. Well, today it is football. That is what we've got on the docket. The Hastings Broncos, the opponent. We're going to take a timeout right now, and we'll come back, and we'll have the GPAC Saturday football report with the Commissioner, Corey Westra. That's coming up after this 2-minute timeout. He's Tehl Tanner. I'm Steve Thum. This is Mount Marty Football, and you are listening to KYNT.
Craving a sip of sunshine? Meet Surfside, iced tea, green tea, or lemonade. Real flavor, real juice mixed with vodka, but only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and absolutely 0 bubbles. Whether you're into peach tea, mango green tea, or strawberry lemonade, Surfside brings the party, smart and smooth. It's like sunshine in a can with adult approval. Must be 21 or older. Surfside, 0 bubbles, all vibes.
Hey, son, can you hand me that vice grip?
As any farmer or rancher knows, having the right tools in the toolbox is important. That goes for your ag lending as well. If you're considering expansion, restructuring debt, or purchasing equipment, call Dakota Mac. We have a toolbox full of lending solutions to help you with your ag financing needs.
Hi, it's Jeff Wolfgram from Dakota Mac. Call us at 800-682-4578 to learn how Dakota Mac products can work for you.
We've got football fever at Lewis and Clark Ford. And with the Bucks and Lancers, we got a lot to cheer about. Yankton fans are also cheering the great lineup at Lewis and Clark Ford. Our roster of brand new Fords begins with the quarterback, the F-150, the speedy receiver, the Mustang, the hard-working lineman, the Ford Super Duty truck, and the star running back, the Bronco. See our team at lewisandclarkford.com or at our playing field, 4th and Capitol, Yankton.
At Les Schwab, we've been changing the tire game for more than 70 years. Our Go the Extra Mile service means more hustle, less hassle. We design our own exclusive tires to give you more tires made for the road you drive, less compromise. All backed by America's best tire warranty included with every tire we sell. We're talking more unbeatable tire warranty, less charging you extra, like the other guys. It's why you get more from less. Book an appointment at leschwab.com.
This is the GPAC Football Saturday Report for Saturday, October 25. Brought to you by the Great Plains Athletic Conference and Dakota Mac, a division of First Dakota National Bank and presenting sponsor of the GPAC Network. On your GPAC Football Saturday Report this week, we begin with the scoreboard from last Saturday around the conference. Dordt at home defeated Mount Marty 33-13. Northwestern at home in Orange City over Morningside 14-13. Midland and Fremont defeated Briar Cliff 49-0, and it was Concordia on the road over Hastings 32-29. Here's your Hoffman America Sports Football Players of the Week. On offense, Adam Van Clee from Concordia, senior from Columbus, Nebraska, pulled double duty for the Bulldogs, playing both wide receiver and running back. On the ground, he ran for 110 yards and a touchdown, and through the air had 145 yards and 2 touchdowns. And for his efforts was named the NAIA National Offensive Player of the Week. On defense, Jordan Carter, defensive back from Northwestern, takes the honor. The freshman from St. Louis had 2 interceptions against Morningside. One of those went for a pick 6. And Peyton Atwood, kicker for Concordia, is the Special Teams Player of the Week. The junior from Grand Island had 4 field goals and 2 PATs in the win over Hastings and is now the all-time leader in career PATs at Concordia, Nebraska. And for his efforts was also named the NAIA National Special Teams Player of the Week. That's a look back at last week around the Great Plains Athletic Conference. Coming up after the break, we'll preview this week in GPAC football. The GPAC Football Saturday Report will continue. But first, this from Dakota Mac.
When people ask what is Dakota Mac, the first thing I let people know is that it's a division of First Dakota. Always has been, hopefully always will be. And we work with bankers, most notably our First Dakota bankers and our Dakota Mac loan production offices. And then we work with producers out there to offer competitive long-term fixed-rate financing for ag producers.
Dakota Mac is a division of First Dakota National Bank. For more, go to dakotamac.com.
Let's take a look at this week in Great Plains Athletic Conference football as 5 games highlight the schedule around the conference. Your 1 o'clock kickoffs this week are as follows. Morningside is home against Concordia. Briar Cliff is home against Doane. And Dordt will host Midland in Sioux Center, also in a 1 o'clock kickoff. 2 o'clock in Mitchell has Dakota Wesleyan hosting Waldorf and the Warriors. And a 3 o'clock matchup in Yankton has Mount Marty home against Hastings and the Broncos. Northwestern has the bye this week in GPAC football. The new NAIA Top 25 poll came out earlier this week. Grandview is 6-0 and number 1. They received all 16 first-place votes. Kaiser is at number 2. Benedictine is at number 3. Then some movement in the top 25, a tie for 4th between Friends and Montana Tech. Campbellsville is ranked 6th. Dordt is number 7. Marion 8. Carroll 9. And Lindsey Wilson is ranked 10th this week. From the GPAC in the top 25, Morningside is now 11. Concordia is ranked 23. And Northwestern is ranked number 24. Midland is receiving votes in the latest NAIA Top 25 Coaches Poll. For more on the Great Plains Athletic Conference, go to gpacsports.com, on Instagram GPAC Sports, and on X at GPAC Sports. This has been your GPAC Football Saturday Report for October 25. I'm Corey Westra.
Are you huddling up with the relatives for the holidays or a Yankton or Mount Marty football game, but don't have enough space in your locker room? Book rooms at the Fairfield by Marriott are Holiday Inn Express. There won't be any roughing penalties with their clean, comfortable beds, and no interference on a relaxing stay. Remember, instead of everyone at your house, call on Audible and book rooms at the Fairfield by Marriott or Holiday Inn Express. For great rates and flexible reservation changes, call either hotel direct.
Looking for the easy way to travel? Well, let Foreman Charters do the driving for your next trip. Here are some 2026 tours coming up. Experience the full-scale replica of Noah's Ark with the Ark Encounter Tour leaving in May. Visit Michigan's historic resort destination, Mackinac Island, in June. Also in June, head for the hills and the famous Medora musical. And see the Grand Canyon and other Southwest National Parks in July. For more on Foreman Charters tours, go to foremanbus.com.
Sherco, the industry leader in tarping, has done it again with the release of the all-new Sherlock E-Series electric tarp. The E-Series features fully assembled front and rear arms, a pre-wired sealed control box, and Sherco's exclusive SmartWire sealed harness for quick and easy installation. Operate the E-Series with the SureLink EZR remote or by your smartphone using the SureLink app. Add more time to your day with the Sherlock E-Series. To learn more, contact your authorized Sherco distributor or find us at Sherco.com. Demand the best. Demand Sherco.
Long day, good day, either way, Yankton Pizza Ranch makes it easy. Our buffet is always ready with fresh pizzas, mouth-watering desserts, and the country's best chicken. No waiting, no stress, just grab a plate and enjoy. So when you need comfort made simple, make today a buffet day at Yankton Pizza Ranch. Buffet every day from 11 to 8.
It's where life tastes better. Surround them up and head her down to the Pizza Ranch. Whoa, that's good.
All right, back here on the pregame show from Coors Light and Miller Lite. Always remember, drink responsibly as we turn to our Lancer player profile now from Lewis and Clark Ford, a proud sponsor of Mount Marty Athletics. Visit them at 4th and Capitol in Yankton. Rugby Riken, quarterback of the Lancers, now ready to join me. First things first, rugby, redshirt sophomore year. You're going into your second year as a sophomore, more than halfway through. How do you think you have progressed from your first couple of days in this offense in college football to where you are now? Where are the places that you think you've improved the most?
I think mainly just understanding the playbook a whole lot, especially now I'm coming up on, this is probably around game 17 or 18 total games I've played, and being around the team for almost three total seasons. I think just having a good understanding and being like-minded as Coach Lewis and having a similar idea going into games.
Let's talk about one of the things that's more unique with your situation, and there's a couple guys on the team who share this situation, being dual sport athletes. You get to play football, and you're going to play basketball as well. By the way, great win for the basketball team last night. Shout out to them. I know you weren't dressed for it, but 100 points is always fun when they get to do it. What's that been kind of like when you're practicing with the football team, but I know you're doing film sessions with the basketball team, getting ready for that season as well. How busy are you?
I stay fairly busy, yes. Coach Micheletti and Coach Athier are both giving me this opportunity to play the dual sport here at Mount Marty, and they've been totally understanding of the situation that I'm in and the preparation that needs to be taking place, and just being able to be involved in meetings and film reviews and study sessions is a great asset that they've given me the opportunity to do.
Now, I don't know you're doing a little bit more on the basketball side of things this fall than maybe last fall. Can you tell me like how much during the week you're actually doing on the basketball side of things as well?
A couple days a week, I'll be in there and checking in and seeing and maybe getting a couple shots up every once in a while, but also maintaining my health and making sure my health comes first, because we know week to week sometimes I take a couple hits, but getting healthy is the main priority usually.
That seems to be one of the things that you've really progressed in as an outsider looking in, is avoiding some of those hits. However, you're sliding a lot more on these scrambles here. Is that some coaching that was kind of in your ear of, hey, you got to keep your body healthy?
Yeah, I would say so. I think even from high school days, sliding wasn't really in my toolbox per se. But yeah, I think I've learned a little bit to take care of my body, and it's a long season always, so take as least hits as you can is always a good thing.
Let's go off the field. Obviously, you still got a few years left before you graduate, but long-term goals after college is done, what do you want to do with your life?
Well, I am going into a business degree right now. I'm looking into banking, finance, and so something along those lines is what I'd like to do.
Let's turn to the end of this season. You got Lancer Days, homecoming versus Hastings. You know you're going to have a great crowd. You grew up in Yankton. What has Lancer Days kind of been like growing up around it? What has this week kind of meant to you and your family?
It's a big week. There's a lot of stuff going on here at Mount Marty, and we're just making the most of it right now and staying in the moment. You only get so many games in a year, and so we want to cherish everyone and play our best game.
And you got 4 games left in the regular season, 2 home games, and that is all this week. And the next week at home versus the rival Dakota Railroad rivalry, Dakota Wesleyan University. These next 2 weeks, can you tell me like what you're hoping to get done as a team besides just getting the wins at home?
Just cherishing these opportunities that we have. You're only given 5 or 6 home games in a season, and playing at home in front of these fans is amazing, and it's so much fun for us and this team. And I know we have Dakota Wesleyan coming up, but we're not overlooking Hastings, and we need to go 1-0 this week.
Rugby, thank you very much for coming in and talking with me. Good luck in the Lancer Days football game. 4 games left in the regular season. Now you know you've got lofty goals. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
That brought to you by Lewis and Clark Ford. Visit them on 4th and Capitol. They're a proud sponsor of Mount Marty Athletics. We'll take a break. We'll come back in a couple of minutes. The pregame show rolls on when we return.
Olson Pest Technicians is a family-owned business since 1966, and with over 50 years of pest management, they understand your issues, and their well-trained team will help you solve your pest problems. Issues with cockroaches, ants, bedbugs, bats, termites, spiders, rats, mice, or other creepy crawling pests, Olson Pest Technicians can treat and cure them. Right now, they can provide grain fumigation on the farm and do one-shots for homes to keep pests out for the winter. Call Olson Pest today, 800-KIL-BUGS.
Big things are happening at Parker of Yankton. With 2 new production lines coming soon, we're growing and hiring. We're looking for a product and a mechanical engineer, material handlers, line operation techs, and assemblers for both first and second shift. We offer paid vacation, medical, dental, vision, and life insurance, quarterly profit sharing, 401k match, and a fully paid retirement income account. If you want to work with a team that's building the future right here in Yankton, now's the time. Competitive pay, benefits, and room to grow. Apply today at parker.com/careers.
Parker, engineering your success.
Those are the sounds of loyal companions looking for a new home and family. The Heartland Humane Society has dogs and cats looking to become a new member of your family, ready for adoption today. Every animal available for adoption is vaccinated, spayed or neutered, microchipped, and dewormed, saving you over $200 or more in vet care while giving you a loyal friend. Come visit all available animals at 3400 East Highway 50 Yankton or online at heartlandhumanesociety.net.
Buying or selling a home is a big decision. Work with someone who knows the ins and outs. I'm Deb Speck with Vision Real Estate, and with 20 years of experience, I will focus on the details while providing marketing knowledge, advice on staging, and negotiating to get your home sold. From start to finish, I'll guide you through the process, making sure nothing is overlooked. Call me, Deb Speck, Vision Real Estate, 605-664-5555.
And welcome back to Crane Youngworth Field. Lancer Days this week. Homecoming for the Mount Marty Lancers. They play host to the Hastings Broncos, and we are less than 40 minutes away from kickoff for today's homecoming football game. Yes, I know, a little bit later start, 3 o'clock here today in Yankton. The lights are on at Crane Youngworth Field. We have overcast skies, temperature around 55 degrees, expecting a high of 58. Not much of a wind here today, Tehl. Glancing at the flags across the way here at Crane Youngworth Field, they're kind of hanging very limp in the breeze today.
Yeah, some of them are limp, some of them are getting just a little bit of a sway. Crane Youngworth is surrounded by trees, so for the most part, it doesn't get super windy on the ground level. But those punts, once you get them in the air, that's when you start to get a little bit of the breeze here today. Outside of the punts, it probably won't affect too much of the game, though.
Last week, the Lancers fell in Sioux Center against Dort, the top team in the GPAC, 33-13, the final score. And last week, Tehl, the running game just outside of that first drive, just couldn't get going.
No, it really couldn't. And you mentioned that first drive. It was a lot of Kyle Hirsch on that first drive. A couple of good runs, a couple of swing-out passes, and scoring the first touchdown for the Mount Marty Lancers there. They lead 6-0 at the end of the first quarter after that touchdown. After that, it was pretty much all Dort. Dort puts up 16 in the second quarter, and it was the end of the half, start of the second half is what did it for Dort. In the final 3 minutes, Dort's able to go down and get a score with 2:08 on the clock. Then they get a field goal as time expires in the first half. Then they come out and they have the opening drive of the second half and score again with 13 minutes on the clock. First 2.5 minutes, and they score again. And then another score with 10 minutes left in the third quarter. It was 4 scores back-to-back for Dort that kind of got that at the end of half and beginning of the second half that kind of basically won the game.
Yeah, Malachi Hart's held to 29 yards rushing, Kyle Hirsch to 25 yards rushing on 17 combined rushing attempts between the starting running backs. Rugby Riken actually led the team in rushing with 35 total yards. Riken through the air was 15 of 32 passing. 142 yards, 2 touchdowns, but 3 interceptions on the day, and those spelled trouble for the Lancers. Lancer defense gave up 294 yards on the ground, most of those to Thomas Fritz, who had 9 carries. He was averaging 13 yards a carry. Preston McCoy and Colson Cruz, the quarterback, also with good running days. They held Cruz, the quarterback, to just 5 of 15 passing. Really, the defenders weren't very effective through the air. However, it was those occasions when Cruz did get a completion, he tended to move the chains.
Yeah, he did, but only 5 of them, as you said, on the day. 5 completions against the Lancer defense. This Lancer defensive secondary specifically has been really, really good so far this season. The Lancers, through the air, allowing only 148 passing yards a game. That is pretty low in especially 2025 modern-day football. They're been pretty good, 25 points a game and 148 yards through the air total.
Meanwhile, the Hastings Broncos coming off a tough loss at home to Concordia, 32-29, the final score. Before we delve into their stats, they are not playing any non-conference game, but their schedule a little strange because they have 2 byes, both in the second half of the season. They had a bye back on October 11th, and then after today, the Broncos will play host to Dort. Then they have another bye, and then they close out the season on the road at Dakota Wesleyan. Hastings not playing a non-conference game this year. They did get the early start against Doane back on August 30th. So their schedule, Tehl, was kind of front-loaded.
Yeah, it really was. Very, very front-loaded. As you just said, after today's game, only 2 games left on the schedule with that bye week for Hastings. So they're kind of getting back. And at this point in the season, they're experienced. This is where you start to really get to there shouldn't be any of the procedure penalties before the snap today. They really need to be able to kind of focus down, especially when you're playing at another team's homecoming. This is going to be a great crowd today. It's going to be loud and a kind of a hostile environment.
For the Broncos, they've had 2 men split time at quarterback. Carson Kudlacek has been their main starter, but also Jared Sinek, the transfer from USD, has gotten some playing time. In fact, he was the main player at the beginning of the year. He played against Doane to start the season. Sinek's actually been a little more effective quarterback as far as completion percentage, but Kudlacek, he's more of a running quarterback. He is that running threat, where Sinek is more of a pocket passer. Kudlacek is expected to get the start. Interesting to note that the starting quarterback, the number 1 backup, and number 2 backup for Hastings are all from the hometown.
Yeah, they recruit well out of the backyard, and that's the number 1 thing you need to do in college. You need to recruit your own backyard. You can't have anybody coming in and stealing your talent, or you're not going to have any success. So step 1 done there. But going back to the quarterbacks, you mentioned Kudlacek, very good running the football, able to get downfield, has 2 rushing touchdowns on the year. That's what Hastings wants to do. That is the identity of this football team. They want to run the ball. I spoke with Coach Matthew Franzen about exactly that earlier this week. I asked him, what is the identity? And he said, we're trying to run the ball. That is it. First, second, third, they want to run that football and run it down someone's throat.
Dalton Armbruster, a transfer from the College of the Sequoias. He's been their main running back out of Cochran, California. 109 carries, 556 yards, 2 rushing touchdowns on the year. He's averaging 5 yards per carry. Their main backup from Lodi, California is Caden Merriman. He's averaging 6 yards a carry, 413 yards. So they have a pretty good 1-2 punch there with Merriman and Armbruster at the running back position. And their main receiver is a familiar face, Eli Nappy, the senior out of Missouri, 18 catches on the year, only 1 for a touchdown. And then Cooper Butler coming off the bench with 13 catches. Those are the top two, or I checked that, 2 of the top receivers. Also, Quayshawn Hill, a senior out of Abilene, Texas, 15 catches. So kind of a 3-headed monster as far as their receiving core goes, as far as their main receivers on the perimeter.
Yeah, as we've been talking about, they like running the football, but when they do want to go to the air, they have an experienced wide receiver room. All of those 3 guys you just mentioned, seniors. They've been in the program a long time. Got
to mention Jake Bargan, too, the senior tight end. He has 18 catches on the year as well. So you talk senior, sophomore. Those are the top 4 receivers for the Broncos on offense. This is the Dakota Beverage pregame show, getting you ready for Hastings and Mount Marty. We're going to take a timeout, and we'll come back, and we'll have an interview with Matthew Franzen. He's the head coach for the Broncos. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. This is Mount Marty Football, and you are listening to KYNT.
Take care of your spine. This is Dr. Mackenzie Erlinson from First Chiropractic Centers. And October is National Chiropractic Month. Almost 8 in 10 Americans suffer from back pain at some point in their lives. We seek to educate people about the importance of their spine in their overall health. Unlike many organs, when something goes wrong with your spine, it can't be transplanted. So it is important to address the cause of mobility and pain associated with the spine. First Chiropractic Centers, making life better, one adjustment at a time.
When it comes to insurance, clarity is everything. At Vision Insurance Group, they cut through the fine print so you know exactly what's covered and what's not. From home and auto to life, business, and long-term care, their experts design plans that fit your needs and your budget. Serving South Dakota, Iowa, and Nebraska, visit VisionInsuranceGRP.com for your personalized quote. Vision Insurance Group, protecting your future so you can live in the vision.
Beef, pork, seafood, poultry, and more, all at the Meat Lodge in Yankton. Get top quality meats at great prices. They have specialty items like lamb, brisket, bison, mahi-mahi, crab legs, and lobster. They even have non-meat options like Dimmick cheese, pickled items, seasonings, and sauces. The Meat Lodge in Yankton on the way to the lake on Highway 52. For more, call 689-3000 or go to themeatlodge.com.
Small businesses are the backbone of our community. CoreTrust helps your business thrive with checking, online bill pay, small business loans, credit card processing, local approval and support for government grants and loans, investments to grow your hard-earned assets, and insurance to protect them. All from CoreTrust, the community bank that's right down the street and everywhere you want us to be. Visit CoreTrustBank.com today.
Member FDIC.
All right, back here on the pregame show from Coors Light and Miller Lite. Always remember, drink responsibly as we now turn to the opposing coach interview brought to you by the Fairfield by Marriott and Holiday Inn Express as we welcome in Coach Matthew Franzen of Hastings College. Coach, thank you very much for talking with me here today. And you got to be excited coming up to Yankton to play a good Lancer program. This is going to be one heck of a football game, Coach.
Well, I think it's a pretty even matchup when you look at the two teams and what we've done so far. Our records are very, very, very similar, and we played a lot of the same teams, and the games have been similar. So, anyway, yeah, like I said, I would expect a pretty good ball game between two teams that I think are pretty evenly matched up.
So let's talk about your team's identity. What would you say your offensive identity has been this season?
Well, we've worked this season to be more of a run-based team. Anybody who's seen us play the last couple of years we were kind of an air-first offense the last couple of years, and we've made conscious effort this year to improve the run game and to be more run-based, and so that's who we want to be. Some games it's been really good. Some games it hasn't been as explosive, but we've still worked throughout the game to run the ball, and that's what you're going to see. We'll throw the ball as well, play action, and spread out a little bit when we need to. But like I said, we're a team that wants to run the ball, and we're trying to build that offense in that direction.
Well, you're averaging 164 rushing yards a game, so I think that's working for the most part. Defensively, can you tell me how you're preparing for a Lancer team that's averaging just under 30 points a game?
Yeah, our defense, we'll do a few different things. We're a 3-4 base, but so against some similar teams, similar to Mount Marty, we'll slide down and we'll line with 4 defensive linemen and run a lot of a 4-man front as well. And so we're going to mix it up in that regard. We'll pressure a little bit. Generally, we're not a big blitzing team, but situationally, we'll do some pressuring and that sort of thing to try to make the quarterback uncomfortable. And it's a pretty balanced offense that we're going to see. So we can't necessarily focus in on one or the other with run pass. We need to be conscious of both. Our defense through the year has been pretty good against the run. So obviously we hope to continue in that regard, but hopefully keep the points at a minimum.
A little bit of a long road trip here, nowhere near the longest in the GPAC, Coach, but you're coming all the way up to Yankton to play on Mount Marty's homecoming here. Can you tell me what you're kind of expecting from your crowd traveling and what the environment's going to be like in Yankton? You've been here before.
Yeah, I like playing in Yankton. One of the other coaches in the league pointed out to me that it's one of only 2 fields in the GPAC that don't have a track around it, ours being the other one. So it's a neat setting where the stands are right on the field. And this time of year, with the seasons changing, anyway, it'll be a neat atmosphere. The homecoming crowd on the Mount Marty side, I'm sure will be good and good energy. And unless I've missed something, it looks like we're going to have a pretty good day for a college football game.
Well, Coach, thank you very much for your time. I appreciate this, taking the time for us now. Good luck to you on Saturday and safe travels up here.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
That brought to you by the Fairfield by Marriott and Holiday Inn Express in Yankton Direct. This is Mount Marty Lancer football on KYNT.
The perfect place to get together with friends and family and watch the game and enjoy some of the best wings in town is Checkers Sports Bar and Grill. Checkers is open every day, and on Monday nights, the action gets even better. Cheer on Monday Night Football with $6 cheeseburgers and fries, plus play bingo and your chance to win great prizes. From mouth-watering wings to juicy burgers and stacked sandwiches, Checkers Sports Bar and Grill is Yankton's favorite destination for food, friends, and game day fun. Your game days belong at Checkers.
Is it the competition that keeps bringing you back? The long-standing rivalries? Or is it seeing friends again and cheering on your favorite team? At First Dakota, we're here for it all. We appreciate the fans, the players, the coaches and officials, the concessions crew. The shared community experience is part of what makes life here great, and we're here for it. See you at the game. First Dakota National Bank, member FDIC.
Before the Lancers play, after the game, or maybe even while watching it here. Enjoy authentic flavor at RB Grill House and Sports Bar.
We're American themed and feature handcrafted dishes and daily specials with an amazing selection of beer and spirits. Enjoy burgers, steaks, wings, and ribs, sandwiches, salads, seafood, and plenty of HD TVs.
Authentic flavor, family driven, and a memorable atmosphere. Join us at RB Grill House and Sports Bar next to River Rocks Event Center on Broadway in Yankton. Go Lancers!
In times of remembrance, finding a serene and dignified resting place for your loved ones brings peace of mind. At Winston Ray Funeral Home and Cremation Service, our columbarium was crafted with care and respect to provide a beautiful and secure space for urns. It is a tranquil sanctuary with indoor and outdoor niches where your loved one's remains are held with honor to be cherished forever. For more information, visit wincerayfuneralhome.com.
Back here at Crane Youngworth Field, along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum, getting you ready for the Lancers and the Broncos here on homecoming day for Mount Marty University. This is the Dakota Beverage pregame show. We are about 20 minutes away from the kickoff of today's contest. Time now for the starting lineups. That's brought to you by Foreman Charters. Let Foreman Charters do the driving for your next trip. See upcoming tours at foremanbus.com. With the starting lineups, here's Tehl Tanner.
Go to the Mount Marty Lancers offensive line to start it off as usual. The big left tackle, junior out of Grandview, Missouri, number 77, Desmond Taylor. The left guard, senior out of Sioux Falls, O'Gorman, number 57, Zach Carlson. The center, junior out of Sioux Falls, Roosevelt, number 61, Nick Bunkers. The right guard, a freshman out of Austin, Texas, number 63, Cedric Walls. The right tackle, a junior out of Sioux Falls, Jefferson, number 58, David Grabo. To the pass catchers, a senior tight end out of Seguin, Texas, number 2, James Brinsley. In your slot, a sophomore out of Omaha, Nebraska, number 9, Jack Rowland. Wide receiver, junior out of Pierce, Nebraska, number 16, Jackson Waholtz. And a wide receiver out of Cleveland, Tennessee, a junior, number 4, in Rodney Broadnax. Your starting running back today, Kyle Hirsch, sophomore out of Gayville, South Dakota, wearing number 1. And you'll see a lot of number 7, Malachi Hartz, a senior out of Merced, California, as well. For the Lancers, starting quarterback, the redshirt sophomore out of Yankton, number 14, Rugby Riken.
The Lancers on the ground averaging 134 yards per game as a team, 211 through the air. That's 345 yards of offense per game. Lancers scoring 29 points per game. Let's meet the Lancer defense.
The sophomore left end out of Sioux Falls, Lincoln, number 52, Bryson Mitchell. The nose tackle, senior out of Sioux Falls, Roosevelt, number 92, Lane Ferguson. The right end, senior out of Mount Shasta, California, number 1, DJ Brown. Your linebackers on the left side and the out, it's a sophomore out of Pearland, Texas, number 27, Kavion Rogers. Your other outside linebacker on the right side, junior out of Tyndall, South Dakota, number 7, Isaac Crownover. Your middle linebackers, senior out of Post Falls, Idaho, number 11, Cole Cripps, and a junior out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota, number 9, Brock Lubers. Your secondary, a cornerback out of San Diego, California, wearing number 4, a senior in Amir Conley. On the other end, a senior out of Sioux Falls, Roosevelt, number 0, Asmaran Muhammad. Your strong safety, junior out of Oxnard, California, number 24, Daniel Pierce, and the junior out of Metairie, Louisiana, the Lancer free safety, number 8, Arthur Oliver.
The Lancers give up 161 yards per game on the ground, 148 through the air. That's 309 yards per game. They have 9 sacks, 9 interceptions as a team on the year, and they give up 25.5 points per game. Now let's meet the starting lineup for the Hastings Broncos.
Started off up front once again, the left tackle, a junior out of Sutton, Nebraska, number 59, Alvino Sanchez. The left guard, a junior out of Omaha, Nebraska, number 55, Sal Nacarelli. The center, junior out of Hastings, Nebraska, number 64, Jaden Lagunas. The right guard, Traquan Henley, he's a sophomore out of Lincoln, Nebraska, wearing number 65. The right tackle, senior out of Elizabeth, Colorado, number 68, Jaden Lawrence. Your pass catchers, tight end, senior out of Utica, Nebraska, number 0, Jake Bargan. Number 1, Eli Nappy, a senior out of Warrensburg, Missouri, at wide receiver. Wide receiver Jake Weidinger, a senior out of Flagstaff, Arizona, wearing 17. And finally, a senior out of Abilene, Texas, number 9, wide receiver Quayshawn Hill. Your starting running back, junior out of Corcoran, California, number 26, Dalton Armbruster. And your starting quarterback out of Hastings, Nebraska, a junior wearing number 10, Carson Kudlacek.
164.5 yards per game on the ground. That's what the Broncos average. 134 through the air. 299.5 yards per game. They scored 22 points per game. Let's meet the Broncos defense.
Running the 3-4 up front, the sophomore out of Greeley, Colorado, number 98 on the left end, David Lopez. The nose tackle, junior out of Bellevue, Nebraska, and Marquise Keaton, wearing number 90. On the right end, number 4, Chase Pulaski, a junior out of Pleasanton, Nebraska, wearing 4 again. Your linebackers, Number 44, a sophomore out of Glenville, Nebraska, Dawson Kissinger. On the other end, a senior out of Overton, Nebraska, wearing 16, and Wyatt Ryan. Your middle linebackers, a senior out of Tucson, Arizona, number 25, Jake Lambert, and another middle linebacker, Justice Hostetler, a sophomore out of Grand Island, Nebraska, wearing 8. Your secondary, the left corner, Gio Mendoza, a senior out of Platteview, Colorado, wearing 2. On the other end, a junior out of Wiley, Texas, number 31, Jason Olford. Your strong safety is Marcus Dustin, a senior out of Lincoln, Nebraska, wearing 7. And your free safety, wearing number 3, a senior out of Cedar Creek, Nebraska, and Sam All.
The Broncos pretty stingy on defense as far as giving up rushing yards, only a 101.6 per game, but they've been beaten through the air. 230.5 yards per game, 332 total is what they give up. They have 9 sacks, but they have also 12 interceptions as a team on the year. Broncos giving up 19 points per game under head coach Matt Franzen. Those are starting lineups, once again, brought to you by Foreman Charters.
And here we go, the Lancers just about ready to come take the field. They're about to run out. Looks like they're going to be wearing some special jerseys today here, Steve. I love it when they do these.
Yep, and we'll get to our colors of the game in a little bit here, but first we're going to take a timeout, and we will come back and have an interview with John Micheletti, the head coach of the Lancers. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. This is Mount Marty Football, and you are listening to KYNT.
Hey, we know an auto accident takes a bite out of your life. You hear that sickening crunch and it's instant stress. Who do I call? What will insurance cover? How long will this take? How much will it cost? Well, relax. You found Abra. Rest assured, the friendly Abra professionals will make your experience easy and hassle-free. They'll help you repair your car so you can get on with your life like nothing ever happened. Contact Abra today. Locally owned and operated by Northtown Automotive, North Highway 81. Looking for fuel or more? Stop by Triple Time Rudy's, your locally owned convenience store at 17th and Broadway. At Triple Time Rudy's, they're proud to support the community, offering fuel discounts to Yankton's largest employers and backing local activities and events. Inside, you'll discover regional favorites like Dimmick Cheese and premium meats from the Kaler and Renner lockers. Whether it's a quick snack, a tank of top-quality fuel, or a taste of local goodness, Triple Time Rudy's, fueling your day, fueling the community.
A couple days ago, a teacher came into the UPS store to print some worksheets for her classroom. As we were printing, she asked if we could help her design and print a custom banner for her school's upcoming event. Yes, we can. At the UPS store in Yankton, where for over 8 years we've been serving educators, businesses, and community members with all kinds of printing solutions. Stop by today and let us assist with your next project, and be sure to ask about our shipping services or current print specials.
Bikes. It's what we do. This is Canada's Bike and Fitness, and we're passionate about bikes. Our bike enthusiasts are knowledgeable and will fit you to your perfect ride. Not only do we have hundreds of bikes in stock to shop from, but we also have all the accessories you'll need. We service what we sell, so repairs and tune-ups are handled in store. Also shop Oakley sunglasses, Columbia clothing, fitness, and disc golf equipment too. Shop Ace Bike and Fitness of Yankton today.
All right, back here in the pregame show from Coors Light and Miller Lite. Always remember to drink responsibly. As we turn to the head coach of the Mount Marty Lancer football program now, in John Micheletti. This brought to you by Sureco. When you need to be sure, make it Sureco. Coach, it's Lancer days. You got 2 home games left in the regular season. Hastings this week, Dakota Wesleyan next week. Trying to finish strong in the home slate. The road slate's where you've really been getting a lot of wins, which has been nice. But you've also had a couple of really good wins here at Crane Youngworth. Tell me about Lancer days, the crowd you're expecting, and how you're hoping your team's going to play.
Yeah, and I think the older I get, the longer I've been here, it feels a little bit more special each and every year. Obviously, a lot of that due to having more and more alum being able to come back. So one thing we talk about a lot in different ways is the golden standard and leaving the jersey better than you found it. So having those guys that are wearing the jersey now, seeing the guys that started the foundation and all that, hopefully brings a little bit more pride and playing for something more than themselves, you know. So excited to see these guys get on the gridiron there and being able to defend our home against Hastings.
You know, that's something that's kind of interesting and very unique in your situation. Most homecomings, you have these historic programs, guys coming back from years ago that coaches have never met. They're learning about the program. Every single athlete that's ever played for Mount Marty football has played under you. So you get to know these guys very well, and they all come back and you get to see them. That's got to be really special.
It is. That's one of the things I enjoy most about this job is, overall our duty is to prepare these guys for life after college, and I think football is the greatest teacher of life and how to battle adversity and stick together as a family and all that stuff. So seeing those guys come back and bringing their families back, their kids, and, talking about how they're having success in many different ways, it just brings a lot of joy and pride.
Let's turn to the game itself. Hastings College, the Broncos, a team that loves to run the football, and they do it pretty well. 164 rushing yards a game, kind of a two-headed monster there with Armbruster and Merriman. How are you planning to stop this rushing attack defensively?
Yeah, no, Coach Bauer, their offensive coordinator, does an excellent job of getting into different personnel, getting in unbalanced formations, using motions and things like that to cause some confusion for defenses. And looking at their too deep and stuff like that, you might literally overlook their running backs because they're not that tall, but man, they run hard and they are fast. So we've changed a few things on our defense to make sure that we're able to complement that and make sure we're able to stuff the run but not get lost in the back end, because that's the second part of his offense is those play actions and leaking the tight end out, doing bootlegs and stuff like that. So, it'll definitely be a good game today, but I'm liking how our defense has been able to prep this week.
You've had a pretty good balance offensively so far this season, averaging 345 yards a game and 29 points a game against a Hastings Bronco defense that is allowing only 19 points a game this season. Coach, how have you been prepping offensively?
Yeah, our offense continuously grows. I think we've seen that each and over the 5 years, but also throughout these each and every week this year. And a lot of that has started with our offensive line and those guys meshing well together, but having Rugby getting more comfortable back there, having guys getting back off the injury report like Rodney Broadnax that can stretch the field, Moshe getting comfortable as a freshman complementing the offense, and then the two-headed monster of Malachi and Kyle continuously getting the ball rolling there. So Coach Lewis and those guys seem to be getting more and more on the same page and feeling together, but a lot of that, the defensive stats, they're very strong defense, and I don't want to take anything away from, but is their offense, because they do such a good job running the ball that the time of possession really gets in Hastings' favor. So we got to make sure that we're able to play our game, not get caught up in that, and put some good drives together.
Coach Micheletti, Lancer Days. You're gonna have a good crowd out there.
Yeah, can't wait. No, a lot of people. Perfect temperature. It's football time.
Football time. Coach, thank you very much for coming in and talking with me today. Good luck.
Thanks, Tehl.
That brought to you by Sureco. When you need to be sure, make it Sureco. We'll take another break. Back in a couple of minutes with the kickoff. You're listening to Mount Marty Lancer football on KYNT.
Loading the kids in the car, brokering peace in the back seat, mastering the snack handoff without even looking. Why are simple things sometimes so complicated? Thankfully, with auto owners, insurance doesn't have to be one of them. We work with independent agents who keep insurance simple, so you can worry about more important things, like figuring out what's growing in that cup holder. That's simple human sense.
Don't gamble. Insure with MT and RC Smith Insurance in Yankton, your independent agent for home, business, auto, life, and bonds. Visit mtrcsmithinsurance.com.
Looking for the perfect pair of glasses? At Vision Care Associates, we've got you covered. Step into our showroom and discover our vast selection from timeless classics to the latest trends. With several styles to choose from, you're sure to find the perfect match for your look. Experience personalized service and expert care. Whether you need help finding the right frame or adjusting your new glasses for the perfect fit.
Vision Care Associates, where the health of your eyes comes first.
At Elwood Family Dental Care, they believe patients should understand their treatment, not just receive it. That's why they show you x-rays and photos, explain the why, and keep you informed every step of the way. They treat patients of all ages and especially love caring for kids. Most pediatric treatments are done right in the office, trying to limit trips out of town. So come see Elwood Family Dental Care today, located at 19th and Broadway, where they take care of the entire family. Slumberland Furniture is your local destination for top brands like Lazy Boy, Ashley, Flex Steel, Tempur-Pedic, Sealy, and more. Carrying a full range of mattresses and furniture for every room in your home, you'll find styles you'll love at values that make sense. From everyday essentials to name brand comfort, Slumberland offers the selection, and their service goes the extra mile. Visit Slumberland Furniture, 2401 Broadway in Yankton, where helping you create a comfortable home is what they do best.
What's on your to-do list? Wouldn't it be nice to have it all go according to plan? With Midco by your side, you can rest easy with a partner that always has your back. Going with Midco gets you not only proven reliability, but an internet connection built to go further, go faster, and go beyond. If you're ready to add more certainty to your day, visit midco.com to learn more. Let's go.
We're just moments away from the start of homecoming football game for the Mount Marty Lancers. Hastings Broncos, the visiting team today. For those of you watching online, one of the families being honored here today, a family from Aztec Company, one of our sponsors as well here from Mount Marty Football.
We appreciate them.
You betcha. Now it's time for our Colors of the Game that's being brought to you by Les Schwab Tires. For tires, brakes, alignments, and more, visit Les Schwab Tire Center in Yankton. Get more from Les. And you mentioned it a few moments ago. Special uniforms today. They're rolling out the powder blue, the baby blue uniforms.
I love it when they roll out the powder blues. It was on Lancer Days, I think now 3 years ago that
I
they
believe you are.
used these.
Yeah.
It was a Lancer Day game. They brought them out, and the crowd went crazy for them, and they still do. These are just clean. I love the blue tops. The gold hats are just great, and the gold pants. It just works. This is the best uniform combo they've got.
You bet. And the white numbers and letters, kind of that UCLA look for the uniforms, and hopefully they'll have a better day than UCLA did because they got stomped by Indiana today. We'll get that as we pass along college football scores. A little spoiler there, that game wasn't even close between the Hoosiers and the Bruins, which normally you think basketball between those particular schools. Football is what they played today. And also for the Hastings Broncos, they're wearing their traditional road uniforms, white with the maroon numbers and letters, the maroon pants, and they'll have the dark red, the maroon helmets with that horseshoe logo for the Hastings Broncos. And our colors of the day brought to you by Les Schwab Tires. The team captains now meeting at the center of the field. They will have the coin toss here. Carter Olson is our referee for today, and let's see who won the toss. The teams split. Mount Marty has won the toss. They will defer to the second half, and that means Hastings is on the field first with their offense here to start the game as we wrap up the Dakota Beverage pregame show. Remember, whether it's Coors Light or Miller Lite, please do drink responsibly. Tehl, final thoughts here as the teams are going to get their final instructions from their respective head coaches.
Well, you just said it. We're about to see Hastings offense, and they got to find a way to run the ball. We talked about that at length with Matthew Franzen in our pregame interview. Got to find a way to run the ball. But when you need to go to the air, Lancer fans will remember the name Eli Nappy. Over the last couple of years, Nappy has been having great games. He's starting to stack great games against Mount Marty. 2 years ago in the 45-42 win, he had 72 yards and caught one of those touchdowns. Last year in the Lancer win, he still had 80 yards on 6 catches and a touchdown. When they go to the air, Mount Marty needs to take away Nappy and then stack the box.
Our first half of football is being brought to you by Dakota Mac. Whether you're a farmer, rancher, investor, or simply a Lancer fan, look to Dakota Mac for your ag financing needs. Visit dakotamac.com to learn more. We mentioned Carter Olson is our referee. Seth Sauker is the umpire. Aaron Petit, the head linesman. Hunter White is the line judge. The side judge today is Paul Van Maren. The field judge is Marcus Rands, and Carter Coy, he is the back judge. Lancers 4-3. Hastings 3-4. A pivotal game today in the Great Plains Athletic Conference for these respective clubs. Dropping back deep will be Bryce Chaplin. He's their main kickoff returner, and also Quayshawn Hill. They're pretty much even as far as their number of returns. Chaplin with 7. He is averaging 29 yards per return, and Hill only averaging about 8.5 yards per return. It will be Camden Vance to boot it away, and here we go. We are underway. High end over end kick. Chaplin takes it at the 1-yard line, running up the left sideline. Penalty flag down, and so is Chaplin at the 29-yard line. Return of 28, and let's see who that is on.
Yeah, penalty flags flying in the first 5 seconds of this game. See what's going on here.
Most of the time it's against the return team, as the officials meeting around the 27-yard line to discuss things. And Carter Olson again, our referee for today's game. John Micheletti a couple of steps out onto the field trying to find out what the situation is. Holding on the return team, and that will be on Brendan Peterson, backup wide receiver out of Eaton, Colorado, and that will back up the Broncos.
So not a great way to start. Obviously a penalty that backs you up on the very first play of the game on that kickoff. So got to kind of shake that off here on 1st and 10, backed up at your own 15 to start things off.
All right, they'll operate out of the shotgun, and they will go to the run, and that's Armbruster trying to turn the right corner, and he'll gain about 6 yards on the play, running to his right. Good job by that offensive line. 3 returning starters, but only 1 in the same position. That's Nacarelli. Lagunas was a guard last year. He's playing center. And Sanchez, the center from last year's team, he's now playing left tackle. Henley and Lawrence, the new members of that offensive line for Hastings. 2nd down and 4 coming up, just underway. They line up under center, now shift into the shotgun. Double tight end over on the left side of the line of scrimmage, and they're going to throw. Short pass caught, and it's going to be a 1st down across the 30-yard line to Weidinger, the senior out of Flagstaff, Arizona. Move the chains, 1st down on the gain of 5.
And a good route on the top of your screen. If you're watching on KYN TV, you can just see it. That little out route, put his foot in the ground, had separation, move the chains.
From the 31-yard line of the Broncos, 1st and 10 for Hastings. First drive of the game, just underway. Homecoming day for the Lancers. Shotgun set, Hill comes in motion. It'll be Kudlacek on the keeper as they fake the jet sweep. He maneuvers around the right side. Hard fought 3 yards on the play to the 34 before he's bumped out of bounds.
Yeah, he just kind of took it out of the gut of his running back, and then the running back turns into an extra blocker. That probably would have been a stop at the line of scrimmage if he hadn't done that. It was a decent read.
Okay, we'll get to mentioning Ben's Brew Station here in a moment. We mentioned KYN TV. Big shout out to those watching over at Ben's Brew Station. 2nd down and 7. Armbruster's going to try the left side. Cuts back, grab by the ankle, drop for a 1-yard gain. Well, I mentioned Ben's Brew Station. They're the office watch party location for KYN TV. They got 16 TVs and all the refreshment you need. So if it's on KYN TV, it is on at Ben's. 3rd and 6 coming up.
That last tackle made by the safety, Daniel Pierce, out of California. He had 32 tackles on the season coming into this one with a couple of interceptions in there as well. He's been playing well. 3rd down.
And also he has a punt return for a touchdown as well. Big 3rd and 6. 3 receivers out to the right, 1 to the left, shotgun set. Armbruster stands to the left of his quarterback. Now he'll shift out of the backfield. Straight drop back, throw over the middle, caught, 1st down. Hill at the 45-yard line. Falling down, but he held on to it.
And that was a great read by the quarterback. You can take a look at it here. It's just straight man, cover 2. Cole Cripps in coverage, just a crosser route, nice little slant right across the middle of the field when the safeties drop back. Well executed.
They're going to spot his forward progress to the 46. So gain of about 11 on that play. 1st and 10 Broncos. The lights are on here at Crane Youngworth Field. 3 receivers to the right. Run up the middle. Armbruster gets through the initial wall. Dives ahead to the 49. Gain of 3. Cripps got the tackle there. Mount Marty Football brought to you today in part by Core Trust, helping you achieve your personal and business goals. It's Core Trust Bank. Raise your expectations with Core Trust, member FDIC. 2nd and 7 coming up. 11:15 and counting, 1st quarter. First drive of the game here for Hastings. Pistol formation. They'll go to the run. Armbruster trying to run to his left, and he's cut down right away. 1-yard gain, and that's all right to the midfield stripe.
Yeah, Lancers not letting them break open any runs. That is the 4th run of the game for Armbruster for 11 yards, averaging just under 3 yards a carry.
Yep, he transferred in from College of the Sequoias. California native, averaging 5 yards a carry. Now it's a big 3rd down and 6. From midfield, Hastings operating right to left on your radio dial. 3 receivers out to the right. Tight end on the left side of the formation. Straight drop back out of the shotgun. Pressure coming. And Kudlicek sacked. 6-yard loss on the play. Back all the way to the 43-yard line. The punting unit's coming on for the Broncos.
And a great play from the Mount Marty Lancers here on the Farmers Union Insurance replay. You could see the Lancers on the moment the snap. They get a great jump. They only send 4. The stun on the right side. Able to get in the back. I believe that was Lane Ferguson who was first there. And great pressure.
Trevin Shaw comes out to punt it away, averaging 37.7 on the punts. Pierce drops back. High snap, brought down, no pressure, line drive. It's going to bounce in front of Pierce. He's going to collect it at the 12-yard line, runs to his left, and he is swarmed under right away as he struggles ahead to the 14-yard line. Good coverage downfield by Hastings on special teams. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Les Schwab Tires. For tires, brakes, alignments, and more, visit Les Schwab Tire Center in Yankton. Get more from Les. So Hastings comes up empty on their first drive. First time Mount Marty with the football deep in their own territory at the 14-yard line. 9:50 left to go. First quarter, no score. And the Lancers going to spread things out a bit. Pistol formation. Hart's in the backfield. Roland moves over to the left at an H-back spot. Play action, throw, bubble screen, caught out on the right side. One man makes a miss. That's Waholes. He'll get ahead to the 25-yard line. First down. What a move.
Making great moves here. You can see it near the left side of your screen. Just a quick throw from Riken. Good block there. Double move. Able to get guys to miss. Getting downfield. Great move.
Yep, all the way out to the 25-yard line. Gain of 11. First down, Lancers. 9:20 and counting. First quarter, no score between Mount Marty and Hastings. 2 receivers split out to the left side now. Pistol formation. Play action. Bubble screen. Caught. Tackled. Big loss. Nearly 5 yards on the play. That was Carbajal, and that was well scouted out by the Bronco defense. They blew up that play.
Yeah, running back-to-back screens there. The Lancers get the first one to go. The second time, Hastings was jumping it and ready for it. Heavy loss now playing behind the chains.
Yeah, loss of, well, they're going to say 4 on the play. 2nd and 14 coming up. Ball put down at the 21-yard line. 2 men out to the left, 2 out to the right. Hart's now to the right of his quarterback in the shotgun. Play action. Throw over the middle. It's going to be incomplete. Dropped at the 40-yard line. In and out of the hands of the wide receiver. I think that was that was Moshe Richmond. Had it in his hands.
Yeah, he did. Had it right in his hands. The freshman wide receiver just went up for it. I think he might have been a little worried about taking that hit from the safety over the top. Just right off the hands.
Boy, and he was wide open in the middle of the field. Would have been a first down near the 40-yard line. But it's incomplete. Now a 3rd and about 14. 2 men out to the left, 2 men out to the right. 1 back in the backfield. And it's going to be play action. Riken being pressured. Escapes a man, rolls out to his right, and he's going to throw it on the run, incomplete. Nearly intentional grounding.
They're talking about it here. I'm not sure it got past the line of scrimmage. There wasn't anybody in the area.
But it did make it past, I think, the down marker.
Oh, did it? Okay.
It did, barely, but it did. So it's an incomplete pass, and Hastings comes up big.
Oh, wait a second.
Oh, they're going to say his knee was down.
Oh,
all right, so that goes
sack.
that is a quarterback sack all the way back at the 12-yard line. And now Camden Vance has to punt out of his own end zone.
Ooh, disaster there for the Lancers.
Yep. Riken tried to get rid of it, but his knee was down before the ball was released. Not much pressure coming. Nice punt, high in the air to midfield. Collected, fair catch, called for by Colton Marsh. So a good punt by Vance bails him out, and Hastings has the football at about their own 47-yard line. Let's see where they put the ball down eventually. 46-yard line is where they're going to put it down. 1st and 10 Broncos. No score here. First quarter, 7:42 left. Hastings with the ball for the second time now. And now they bring in a new running back in Caden Merriman. He will fake it to him. Throw over the middle. Intercepted by Cole Cripps at the 45-yard line. He gets ahead to the 47-yard line and a turnover. The 4th interception of the year for Kudlicek.
And that was a massive one. You can take a look at it here. It was just a bad read right over the middle of the field. The linebacker, Cole Cripps, had his eyes on the quarterback the full way. Just took away that route, able to bring it in, just right to the defense.
Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Dakota Beverage. Remember, whether it's Coors Light or Miller Lite, please drink responsibly. First turnover of the game gives the Lancers the football in great field position at their own 47. 7:36 left to go. First quarter, no score. Lancers operating left to right on your radio dial. And whistles will blow this play dead. Penalty flag down on the far side of the field. Got a feeling this might be a motion call against the Lancers. Now the entire officiating crew meeting near midfield. Clock stops, 7:34 left. Not sure what the infraction is. We have 4 officials right in the middle of the field. Carter Olson's going to tell us what's going on here. False start on the offense. Going to tag Desmond Taylor on that infraction, so it'll be 1st and 15 for Mount Marty. Lancer football brought to you in part by Aztec. Build your career with the group that's built to connect from rock to road. 1st and 15 Lancers. Pistol formation with Malachi Hartz at running back. 2 men to the left, 1 out to the right. 4-man front for Hastings. Hartz up the middle, and he is not going to get a whole lot. Maybe a yard, and that is all.
Lancers got behind the sticks on their last drive, and it kind of ended the drive pretty quickly there. They ended up taking backwards pass and then a sack and an incompletion. Just never got past the original line of scrimmage last time they did this. They got to try and find a way to come back now behind the sticks again.
Yeah, no gain on that last play. Ball's at the 42-yard line, 2nd and 15. Hart stays in at running back. Carbajal replaces Roland in the lineup. He splits out to the right side, now goes in motion. It's a jet sweep. Carbajal to the left side's got a blocker, stutter step across midfield, and he's near the first down marker. He might be a yard short. What a nice little jet sweep to the left side.
That was a great play, and you can see him on this sweep trying to turn the corner on the far side of the field, but his defender over-pursued, so he was able to get past him. Marcus Dustin just didn't have the right angle. He's able to put a foot in the ground, get the juke, and get downfield. 3rd and short.
Yeah, 3rd and a yard now. This really changes things for Mount Marty. 6:20 and counting. First quarter, no score. Second time Mount Marty has had the football. Hart stays in at running back. Pistol formation. Roland goes in motion. Bubble screen. It's going to be caught. First down. Wahols to the 40-yard line. Move the chains. First down, Lancers.
And it really wasn't the best throw either. Riken was trying to lead his receiver, but it was high. It was a good throw to be able to go grab it and then just get downfield. First down.
Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Gerstner Oil. No matter what you drive, make sure you fuel up at Triple Time Rudy's. They're on Broadway in Yankton. From the 40-yard line of the Broncos, 1st and 10. Lancers, Hartz to the left of his quarterback in the shotgun set. Play action, throw, Broadnecks, bubble screen, left side, run out of bounds after about a 2-yard gain, and that's all.
Lancers are really liking these quick screens on these 2 opening drives. They're just kind of trying to give the ball to their playmakers on the outside, give it to them in space, and just let them work. So far on this drive, it's been working.
Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Mason Schramm. Are you buying or selling? Well, move with Mason and the Move Group. 2nd down and 8. Pistol formation again. Hartz at running back. Play action. Throws, and it's caught by Broadnecks at the 33-yard line. Gain of about 5. Sets up 3rd down and 3. And really, this is 4-down territory for the Lancers. They're going to line up right away. send 3 men out to the left, 1 out to the right, another bubble screen, and this is going to be Waholes, and he's trapped behind the line of scrimmage. Again, the bubble screen, and Hastings had that one well played.
Yeah, just bubble screen, bubble screen, bubble screen over to the left. They just had it right there. Waholtz had nowhere to go.
Yeah, he lost 2 yards on the play. It's 4th and 5. Hart's out, Hirsch in at running back. Roland out, and now Carbajal comes in as the extra wide receiver. 4:10 and counting. First quarter, a pivotal 4th down and 5 for the Lancers from the Broncos' 35-yard line. Carbajal goes in motion. Shotgun set. Riken rolling out. Pursued by 2 men. He is in trouble. He's all the way back at his own 45. Throws downfield, and it's incomplete at the 20-yard line, intended for Waholes. And you got to give credit to pressure that time by the Bronco defense as they forced the turnover on downs.
Yep, it was a good play. Just had great pressure getting after the quarterback, Riken. Take a look at it here. They're able to just get right back. 2 men chasing after the quarterback. He's spinning around, trying to get away from it. Does end up throwing downfield, but just over the head of his intended receiver.
And so Hastings throws an interception, but they don't give up any points. Their defense holds. 1st and 10 Broncos from their own 35-yard line. 3:53 left. First quarter, no score. Merriman on the run, trapped in the backfield and dropped for a huge loss all the way back at the 25-yard line, a loss of 10.
Answer a sack with a sack. Lancers able to get one of their own, and this is a big one to start the drive. We're going to have 2nd and 20 here. You can see it going way back. I guess that's the running back either way, but a massive tackle for loss. Merriman.
So 2nd and 20 coming up. You don't see too many 10-yard losses on a running play. But the Lancers blew up that particular play. Pierce with the tackle for Mount Marty. Kudlicek has Merriman to his left in the shotgun set. High snap, they'll go to the run, and Merriman, the speedy back, is going to run to his right and get caught up right away. Only a 3-yard gain. 3 minutes left to go, first quarter, no score. Mount Marty football brought to you in part today by Dakota Mac. They can help you do the heavy lifting when it comes to ag financing, whether you're a farmer, investor, or a beginning farmer. They'll work hard to find lending solutions to fit your needs. Learn more at dakotamac.com. 3rd down and 17 for the Broncos. They'll split 3 men out to the left. Merriman stays in the backfield to block. Straight drop back. Pressure coming. Mitchell chasing Kudlicek. So's Ferguson. He'll run to the sideline. He's run out of bounds. He got a gain of a play, but not a whole lot. Only about a 2-yard gain before he's run out of bounds, and that'll bring out the punting unit for the Broncos.
Now, just a great series by the Lancer defense right there. Just able to get back, and once again, credit the big loss on 1st down. It's so far back that I almost think it's a sack because it's a 10-yard loss. Merriman just kept going backwards down at his own 25, and now it's time to punt.
Yeah, Merriman averaging 6 yards a carry, but that 10-yard loss is going to hurt that one. Here's a line drive punt over the head of Pierce, and it's going to take a big Hastings bounce at the 20 all the way down near the 12-yard line. Wow. That's a great punt by Traven Shaw. Averaging 37.5. That average is going to go up on that one. He flipped the field.
That's an incredible punt. It was just away from the returner in Daniel Pierce, who once again had an 80-yard return touchdown 2 weeks ago that earned him GPAC Special Teams Player of the Week. Hastings doesn't want him to have the ball, kicked it to the sideline, and the ball just hugged the sideline. It never went out of bounds, just bounced all the way down. That was perfect.
Yeah, and it actually kind of bounced back towards the middle of the field. So a good bounce there for Hastings. And the Lancers have it at their own 12-yard line. 1st and 10 as they operate left to right on your radio dial. They'll send a couple of men out to the left, couple of men out to the right. Here comes Waholes in motion from left to right. Pistol formation with Hirsch at running back. Pass. Waholes catches it, hit right away. Got a good gain out to the 21. So that's a gain of about 8. 2nd and 2 coming up.
Lancers running a lot of screens to start it. That one downfield, but 6 completions for 16 yards before that one. That can tell you the Lancers running short passes early. That was the first downfield completion.
2nd down and 2 coming up. And it'll be a run with Hirsch up the middle. He's hit right away, dropped at the line of scrimmage. Maybe a half-yard gain. Well, they're going to give him 1-yard gain.
I think he had more progress than.
Well, they're going to give him 2 yards. They're going to give him the first down.
Yeah, he was
Wow.
falling forward there. I thought he was going to be close to it, and they'll give it to him.
Well, a great extra effort there. I thought he was down right away, but I think he lunged ahead right at the end of the play to get him 2 yards. First down, Lancers. As Roland goes in motion, and I think we got movement on the line. Penalty flag down. False start on the offense. And they're going to tag Nick Bunkers on that.
And I believe that's the second false start on the Lancers to start. Both times on the offensive line, got Bunkers on that one, had Desmond Taylor on the first one, your center and your left tackle.
1 minute left to go here. Quarter number 1. No score. Homecoming game for the Lancers. Wearing the powder blue uniforms today. The gold helmets and pants. White numbers and letters. They're facing 1st and 15. Play action. Reichen in the pocket. Throws. Short pass caught at the 20-yard line. Hirsch dances along the sideline trying to stay in bounds. Gets across the 25 near the 26. Got some of the penalty yardage back and a little bit more. Sets up 2nd down and about 7. Lancers will probably have to run one more play here in the quarter. Game clock and play clock nearly identical. And Reichen's going to spread out the troops. 2 men out to the right. Now one of them comes back. That's Hirsch at running back. 3 men out on the left side at wide receiver. Pistol formation, play action, short pass, caught in the seam. It'll be a first down. Waholes to the 38-yard line. Move the chains, first down, Lancers. And that's the end of the first quarter of play. No score between Mount Marty and Hastings. Back with the second quarter of our homecoming game in 1 minute, right here on KYNT.
KYNT, Yankton, FM 1021 and AM 1450.
Have a large group or event that you'd like to offer clothing for? JJ Benji's can make you look good. Instead of you taking orders, collecting money, and then delivering the clothing, let JJ Benji's handle it all. JJ Benji's will create an online store with the merchandise you want to offer. People order, pay, and then JJ Benji's will ship it. You just provide a link or QR code to the online store, and that's it. Contact JJ Benji's in Yankton for more information. A big thank you from Mount Marty University to one of Yankton's greatest employers and friend of the community, Aztec. They're very proud to support the Mount Marty Lancers. The vision at Aztec is to build industry-changing solutions that create life-changing opportunities. And you can build a career with the group that's built to connect from rock to road. Click careers at aztecindustries.com. Best wishes, Mount Marty, from your friends at Aztec.
We're getting ready to start the second quarter of play. No score between Hastings and Mount Marty. I'm Steve Thum. He's Tehl Tanner. Great to have you here. The lights are on at Crane Youngworth Field. Overcast skies, 57 degrees for this homecoming game. And now the Lancers will operate from right to left on your radio dial. 1st and 10 from their own 38. They'll go to the run, and Malachi Hartz puts his shoulders down, hit hard at the 40-yard line. Tough 2-yard gain on that particular play. Tehl, what do the stats say after quarter number 1?
Yep, so 12 plays, 23 yards is all for Hastings to start off the ball game. 16 plays, 54 yards for the Lancers. 4 first downs for Mount Marty, 2 for Hastings. In terms of rushing yards, 2 on the day for Hastings, and that is 9 attempts, 9 ground attempts for 2 yards total. For the Lancers, they've got 8 on 5 carries. So neither team really able to run the ball so far.
And that's the bread and butter for both teams. Pistol formation, play action, pass. Broadnack's incomplete at the 46. Through his hands, good coverage there defensively by Marcus Destin, the senior safety out of Lincoln, Nebraska.
And give Jake Lambert credit here, number 25, the linebacker. He got a hand on this one. You can see it. He deflected it, and that's why it goes off the hands of the receiver. Just screwed with the trajectory just a moment, and he wasn't able to bring it in. Good job for Jack Lambert getting a hand on that.
All right, 3rd down and 8 coming up for Mount Marty. They got the ball at their own 40-yard line, just underway, quarter number 2, no score. Carbajal in motion and another penalty flag down. Lancers have been flagged twice so far for procedure and now make it 3 times. 5-yard walk-off is going to make it 3rd down and 13.
Oh, man.
Time of possession in the first quarter pretty even. Both teams 1 of 3 on 3rd downs. And 1 turnover, and that is the interception thrown by Kudlicek.
Yeah, the quarterback stats through the first quarter. Kudlicek was 2 of 3 for 21 yards, the 1 incompletion, the interception. Rugby Riken is 9 of 11 for 46 yards.
Empty backfield as Hartz clears out. Straight drop back. Riken being pressured. Rolls out to his left. Sets up. He's hit from behind. He drops the football. It is going to be picked up just before it goes out of bounds by the Broncos. Picked up by Jake Lambert right in front of the Mount Marty bench as it was bouncing along the sideline. It's going to be Bronco football at the 33 as Riken was sacked, and then he dropped the ball.
Yeah, Riken, he kind of did the one thing you can't do when you're under pressure. He rolls out to his left. He's keeping his eyes downfield. You can see Malachi Hart's calling for the football. He stops, and there was still a guy after him. Just strip sack. It was great job from Hastings to knock the ball out as they put the hit on him. Turnover.
And so the first turnover of the game for the Lancers sets up a short field for the Broncos at the Lancer 33-yard line. Early quarter number 2, no score, 14:05 left until halftime. He's Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum, and it's Kudlicek at quarterback out of the shotgun. 2 men out to his right, but they're going to go to the runch. And it's Armbruster turns the corner across the 30 to the 29. Check that. We've got a new quarterback in. That is Jared Sinek. He is the sophomore from Hastings. Played previously at the University of South Dakota.
And we've seen him a little bit this season. 29 of 54 throwing the football, 295 yards, 2 touchdowns to 3 interceptions. But Kudlicek's interception on that previous drive looks like they're going another direction.
Yep, Sinek at quarterback, straight drop back, throws the ball downfield, caught, and it's going to be a fumble and recovered by the Lancers at the 25. That was caught by Bargan, and as he was going down, he dropped the football. The tight end from Utica, Nebraska, normally sure-handed, but that time he dropped it. It popped out, and so the Broncos give it right back to Mount Marty.
And that'll erase the strip sack on Rugby Riken, getting it about the same area of the field, too. Riken thanking his defense right now, just punching that ball out. I think it was Cole Cripps. He came in with the hit. It was Cole Cripps' second turnover of the day on the defensive side of things. He caught the interception, and now he's forcing a fumble as well. What a day for the senior so far.
Cripps having an outstanding campaign defensively for Mount Marty. Sets up his team at the 25. 1st and 10. Hirsch in at running back. Play action, Riken under pressure, rolls out to his right, trip. Now he'll cut back and he'll scramble. He gets back to the line of scrimmage, cuts to his left to the 30, pushed out near the 37-yard line. And chasing him was trying to pick up that player. That was Jaden Williams, a backup defensive back.
And Jake Lambert as well at the end of the play, trying to just catch him and couldn't. All speed from the quarterback there, able to get some yardage out of it.
Yeah, scrambled for 9. They put him out of bounds at the 34, 2nd down and 1. Hirsch stands to his left, the left of the quarterback in the shotgun set. Pitch, Hirsch running to his left, puts a shoulder down, has the 1st down, and he'll shove his way ahead to the 37-yard line. 1st down, Mount Marty.
Yeah, he'll have that on second effort. Love the way he runs the football.
Both Hirsch and Hartz not shy about contact. They'll put their shoulder down and get those extra yards.
Not at all.
So 3 men now split out to the right side, 2 out to the left. One of those is Hirsch. Let's see if he stays out there. Nope, he's going to come back and move into a running back position in the pistol formation. Short pass, caught. Penalty flag down, and so's Waholes after about a gain of 7. We've got a penalty flag thrown at the 40-yard line by the head linesman.
Now Marty's been penalized 3 times already for false starts.
Well, this one happened while the ball was in the air.
Yeah, this one was a little later. And Mount Marty's pointing at Hastings.
Carter Olson is the official. And he's looking towards offsides on the defense. All right, so they're going to take the penalty. So instead of 2nd down and about 4, they're going to go 1st and 5. That makes better mathematical sense.
That'd do.
And that will put the ball at the 43-yard line of the Lancers. 1st and 5 with 12 minutes exactly left to go until halftime. No score here in this defensive contest so far between the Lancers and the Broncos. Reichen has Malachi Hartz in at running back, standing to his right in the shotgun set. Hartz up the middle, not much there. Back to the line of scrimmage. Boy, a lot of pushing and shoving. No gain on that play.
And a Lancer player lost his helmet and threw his hands up in the air saying, hey, throw a flag. He's saying he was getting ripped at. Who is that? That's Nick Bunkers.
Yeah, he was.
And no flag, and he's lost his helmet. So the Lancers are going to lose their center for a play.
Yeah, Ethan Kringen is the backup center, and he is a sophomore out of Del Rapids. He's got to come in here with 11:33 left to go. We figure probably for just one play. Bunker's a junior out of Sioux Falls Roosevelt. 2nd down and 5 coming up. Reichen taking his time, looking to the sideline for a play. He'll split out Broadnax to the right. Wahol's out to the left. Double tight end set here. Play action. Reichen under pressure. Throws incomplete. Intended for Richmond at the 46-yard line of Hastings.
Oh, man.
Oh, my goodness. We got some pushing and shoving going on. And that was between one of the defensive linemen. That's Taiwan January, a junior out of Dayton, Ohio, and he was shoving, I think that was Cedric Walls.
Yeah, he shoved Cedric Walls to the ground, but no flag going to be thrown here. The home crowd doesn't like that. You could kind of hear them reacting. They wanted a penalty. Either way, it's going to be 3rd down, so no penalty on the Nick Bunkers losing his helmet. No penalty there. 3rd and 5.
Yeah, Bunkers back in at center. 3rd and 5, empty backfield. Now Hartz comes back, stands to the left of his quarterback in the shotgun set. 1 man out to the left, 3 men out to the right. Reichen, straight drop back, throws, Hartz, the safety valve, tries to make a move. He swarmed under after about a 1-yard gain. He was the safety valve on that play, and Hastings closed quickly, and here comes the punting unit.
So both teams turning it over early, but both defenses are able to stand. You know, Kudlajek had an interception. The Lancers aren't able to get down the field offensively. Then Rugby Reichen strip sack. Hastings recovers that. Mount Marty's defense holds on their own side of the field. That was near their own 30-yard line. They get the ball back on an fumble themselves. It was a forced fumble from Cole Cripps. Kavion Rogers with the recovery. And then the Lancers not able to get down the field on offense again. Defense is king so far.
Off the side of the foot of Vance, not very far, bounces high into the air at the 33-yard line, and a penalty flag back near the line of scrimmage. A couple of men tied up. Penalty flag at the 50. Let's wait and see.
Yeah, try and see what this is. I can see James Brinsley was kind of shoved to the ground late there by Josiah Aldridge, and that is where the penalty was thrown, in that exact area. So we'll see if that's what it is.
Now, will this penalty give Mount Marty a 1st down, or will it back up Hastings? 10:18 left to go. During a kick, holding on the return team. 10-yard penalty, and it'll be 1st down Hastings.
Okay.
So it was after the kick. So that'll add 10 yards to what was a short punt. And it'll move it back to the 23-yard line, 1st and 10 Broncos. 10:18 left to go until halftime. No score here at Crane Youngworth Field. Homecoming day for the Lancers. 2 men out to the right, 1 to the left. Armbruster to the left of his quarterback. That's Cynic. Armbruster tries to run to the right, and he'll be swallowed up after about a 2-yard gain out to the 25. Jarrett Cynic, redshirt sophomore, 6 foot, 216 pounds. 2 touchdowns, 3 interceptions on the season. Started the first game of the year for them against Doane. Second down and, well, we'll call it, they say, let's call it 8. 2-yard gain on that last play.
Last time out, Hastings had that fumble from Jake Bargan, forced out by Cole Cripps.
Shotgun set, handoff. It's Armbruster, gets past the man to the 30, to the 40. He's into the clear, to midfield. One man to beat. Pierce coming down and knocks him out of bounds near the 18-yard line. What a run by Armbruster. He had a run of 75 earlier this year. That's going to be not necessarily 75 yards, but that's a huge, huge gain.
And Mount Marty should have had him. You can see it here. Just running off his right tackle, put his foot in the ground, one stop, was able to juke out the defensive back, and it's just all speed down the field from there. Daniel Pierce able to make the stop late to save the touchdown, but red zone possession.
Yep. First time Hastings has been in the red zone. Actually, first time I believe either team's been in the red zone. First down and 10. They'll go to the run, and is into the game is Brady Lichtenberg, the sophomore out of Windsor, Colorado. Crashes through on the right side and got about 5 yards. He got down to the 10-yard line, 2nd and 5 coming up. Mount Marty Football today brought to you in part by the Pizza Ranch. For legendary chicken and the best pizza, it's Pizza Ranch on Broadway. Call them at 665-1222. 2nd down and 5. 2 men split out to the right side, 1 man in the backfield. He'll hand the ball off to him. Lichtenberg to the left side, lunges ahead. He's right at the sticks at the 6-yard line.
Yeah, 1 more yard to go. It was Pierce on the stop again. 3rd down for the Lancers. You got a chance to hold, and maybe hold them to 3 if you can.
Ball's at the 6-yard line. 3rd down and 1 for the Broncos. As Lichtenberg, the 196-pound sophomore, stays in at running back to the left of his quarterback, Cynic in the shotgun set. And now, I think we're going to have a timeout called by Hastings with 7:39 left here in quarter number 2. No score between the Broncos and the Lancers. We'll step aside for 30 seconds as well. This timeout brought to you by Pizza Ranch. For legendary chicken and the best pizza, it's Yankton Pizza Ranch. They're on Broadway. Call them at 665-1222. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. Back in 30 seconds, this is Mount Marty Football on KYNT.
Kylie is a Runza burger lover.
Especially if it's smothered with sauteed onions and French onion dip and topped with Swiss cheese.
Ah, sounds like you just had the French onion burger at Runza.
Yes. Yes, I did.
Are you crying?
Yeah, it's the onions. Wait, are you crying?
Yeah, because I love the French onion burger. Come get yours today, because Runza makes it all better.
Runza on Broadway by Menards in Yankton.
7:39 left to go, second quarter. No score here at Green Youngworth.
So I got a feeling Hastings just called 2 plays during that timeout. They go for it the second most of anybody in the GPAC conference, 21 times on 4th down. They only got 1 yard to go.
Yep, here on 3rd and 1. Empty backfield, a fumble. Cynic on the end around is going to hand it to Cooper Butler. Tackled back at the 11 by Pierce. That fumble blew up the timing of that play.
Now, maybe they won't go for 4th down anymore.
Yeah.
I got a feeling if they were down at the line of scrimmage, they might have. But when you go backwards another 5 yards, now it's 4th and quite a few. Now you just take the points, get your field goal unit out here.
Yep. And now here comes Colton Wilmot. 4 of 6 of field goals this season. It's Shaw who is the holder. And this will be a 28-yard attempt just inside the right hash mark. No wind really to speak of here today. 4th down and 6. Snap on target, kicks on the way. It's got the distance. It is good. 6:48 left to go, second quarter. Hastings 3, Mount Marty nothing. Back with the kickoff in just 30 seconds on KYNT.
Busch Light, the perfect companion for hunting season. Because let's be honest, the stories, the laughs, and that first cold sip are half the reason you head out before sunrise. Whether you bag a trophy or just some good memories, make sure there's a Busch Light waiting at the end of the day. It's the beer that fits right in with early mornings, muddy boots, and tall tales of the ones that got away. Busch Light, brewed for hunters and storytellers.
That last scoring drive, 6 plays, 66 yards, 3:30 time of possession. Colton Wilmot, good from 28 yards on the field goal attempt. 60 of those yards came on one run by Dalton Armbruster.
Yeah, we can take a look at that here as we're getting ready to roll before this kick. It was just a great run. Just stuck the right foot in the ground, cut up field, made a man miss, and it was all speed from that point on, all the way down into the red zone.
Couple of men back deep for the Lancers as the kickoff coming up from Wilmot. High end-over-end kick. Pearson collects it at the 8-yard line near the left sideline, runs up the sideline. He's tripped up near the 24-yard line, and that's where Mount Marty will have it, 1st and 10. Mount Marty Football today brought to you in part by Parker Hannafin. It's day one of your new career, and Parker of Yankton has immediate openings for all production positions. They're offering newly increased wages, 13 paid holidays, and some of the most competitive benefits in the area. It all begins on day one. Learn more at parker.com. From the 25-yard line, 1st down and 10, Mount Marty. They'll spread out 3 men out on the right side. Hirsch in at running back. He'll clear out of the backfield. Lateral to Hirsch back at the 20, and he will surge ahead to the 30-yard line. Gain of 5. It'll be interesting to see if they categorize that as a pass or run. But that was actually, I believe, a lateral.
Yeah, pretty much. It was pretty straight over. They've been doing a lot of those so far today.
Where they're going to count it as a pass completion, and now a bubble screen out to the right side. And that's Wahos down the right sideline to the 40, dragged out of bounds near the 50-yard line on the quick strike pass.
Well, they've been running those screens to the wide receivers a lot today. It was kind of just a matter of time before one of these playmakers broke one. It's good blocking over there. Able to clear the sideline and just all the way down the field.
Under 6 minutes to go until halftime, 3-0 Hastings the score. Lancers at midfield, 1st and 10. Shotgun set. Another pass. Bubble screen. Broadnax surges ahead. Gain of 9 to the 41-yard line.
Now, I know how used we are to calling screens at this point, but that one was a little bit downfield. Broadnax about 8 yards downfield. Good run as he's able to come back to the football.
2nd down and 1, and they will go to the run, and Kyle Hirsch puts his shoulder down, twists ahead. He'll get to the 38, 1st down Lancers. So the Lancers normally a running team, but they've thrown a lot of short passes today.
Oh, yeah. And I think it's one of those where Rugby Riken last week at Dort, it's a really tough place to play, but did throw 3 interceptions. They might be trying to make sure they get him in a rhythm early in this one before they start taking shots.
4 men now split out to the right side. Now here comes Roland in motion. He'll line up at an H-back on the left side. Hirsch clears out of the backfield. Quarterback draw, Riken, and he weaves his way through traffic for only about a 3-yard gain. Not much there.
Yeah, and it was kind of a tough end of the play for Riken, too, as the defense he didn't stay on his feet, and they all come down on top of him there. That one hurt for the young quarterback.
Yeah, only gain of 2 to the 36. 2nd and 8 coming up. 4:20 and counting. 2nd quarter, Hastings 3, Lancers 0. Hirsch stands to the left of his quarterback in the backfield. Straight drop back by Riken out of the shotgun. Now he rolls to his right. Throws back across his body. Caught by Broadnax at the 30, to the 25, to the 20, and knocked out of bounds inside the 20-yard line. Referee says he steps out of bounds at the 17. Lancers in the red zone for the first time today.
One of those things you're taught never to do, roll to your right and then throw back across the field to your left, but wide open was Broadnax able to bring that one in.
3:45 and counting. 1st and 10. Mount Marty from the Hastings 17-yard line. Hirsch in at running back. Broadnax out to the left. Waholes out to the right is Broadnax. To the left is Waholes. Double tight end set. Now here comes Waholes in motion. Hand off Hirsch up the middle. Had a hole. It closes quickly, but he gets across the 15 to the 13. Gain of 4. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by the Meat Lodge. You want top quality meat at great prices? Well, head to the Meat Lodge in Yankton. They're on the way to the lake on Highway 52. 2nd down and about 6 coming up. Lancers can get a 1st down at the 8-yard line. Currently, they're at the 14. Hirsch stays in at running back with the double tight end set. Reichen drops back, throws, high catch, brought down near the 10-yard line. Forced out of bounds is Waholes. Not enough for the 1st down, but he's close.
Lancers are targeting Jackson Waholes a lot. That was his 7th catch already for near 60 yards.
3rd down and 2 coming up. 2.5 minutes left to go. Now 2:20 and counting. Probably the last play before the 2-minute timeout. Reichen, I don't think they're going to run a play. I think the clock matches. So
yeah, it's right at it.
Yep, so they are going to take their time and not call a play before we get to the 2-minute timeout. Here in quarter number 2, it's Hastings 3, Mount Marty 0. We'll step away for 60 seconds. He's Tehl Tanner. I'm Steve Thum. This is Mount Marty football. You're listening to KYNT.
I didn't know you did that. We hear that often. This is Matt Hansen with Hansen Briggs Advertising. Our slogan is, for all your printing and promotional needs. I emphasize all because we do apparel, pins, signs, printing, calendars, business cards, custom forms, banners, flyers, drinkware, bulk mailings, and much more. If you have a project, I'm sure Hansen Briggs can help. 1213 West 9th Street in Yankton or online at hansenbriggsadvertising.com.
Harvest only comes once a year. You can't afford to waste time stuck behind a desk. At H&R Block of Yankton, we know ag business, and we know the importance of every minute during harvest. Let us handle the bookkeeping, payroll, and taxes while you focus on bringing in the crops. From deductions to record keeping, we'll make sure your numbers are in order so you can focus on the harvest. Call locally owned H&R Block of Yankton today at 605-665-3366.
Back from the 2-minute timeout. Big 3rd down and 2 coming up for the Lancers from the 10-yard line of Hastings. Reichen rolls out to his right, being pressured. He's going to be sacked. No, he's going to throw it. It's complete to Hirsch. He's open on the left sideline. He's going to scamper near the end zone, and they're going to say he's out of bounds. No, he's into the end zone. Touchdown. What a throw by Reichen. I thought for sure he was sacked, but he got it away just in the nick of time.
That's one of the best plays I have seen from the redshirt sophomore quarterback. He was fighting for his life, rolling around. They've got a hold of him, just able to throw it away as he goes to the ground. Hirsch is open, and he's able to take it all the way in for the touchdown. That was incredible.
That is the 5th receiving touchdown for Kyle Hirsch on the season. Vance for the point after kick. Noah McDermott is the holder. The kick is on the way. It is good. 1:51 left to go until halftime. Lancers 7, Hastings 3. Back with the kickoff in just 30 seconds right here on KYNT.
Lucky for us, life is full of choices, big and small. They define us, make us who we are. And when it comes time for you to choose a car, home, your next big adventure, or start a new business, Farmers Union Insurance has the variety of coverage options to protect each perfect moment. Farmers Union Insurance.
For coverage you can count on, call Brendan Hansen or Brandon Tykrow in Yankton today.
That last scoring drive, 9 plays, 75 yards, 4:52 time of possession. Reichen to Hirsch from 10 yards out. Point after kick is good, and it's 7-3 in favor of Mount Marty here on homecoming day, playing the Hastings Broncos. He's Tehl Tanner. I'm Steve Thum. I thought Reichen got sacked on that play.
Oh, yeah, it was so close. Once again, I love looking at this. Rugby Reichen does this every week. He's just able to escape. You can see his legs. He's still on his feet, just able to find his outlet man, his running back open. Wow. What a play for the Lancers.
Kyle Hirsch came into the game with 33 catches, among the top as far as running backs, as far as receptions goes. Here's the kickoff, and the return for Hastings gets him out to near the 30-yard line. And on the return, that was Chaplin, who normally plays linebacker. You don't see too many linebackers returning kicks, but he's a very good return man for Hastings. And so the Broncos will have it. First down and 10 at their own 29-yard line. They drive left to right on your radio dial. They have 2 timeouts left and 1:46 on the clock. Plenty of time for Jarrett Sinek, the backup quarterback, into the game. He did not start. Play action, roll out to his left, looking downfield, throws the high arcing pass. He's got a man wide open, caught at the 30, to the 20, and to the 10-yard line. Wide open was Weidinger. And it's, I believe, Pierce who forced him out of bounds. And just like that, Weidinger, who caught one for 70 earlier this year, makes a huge, huge gain.
And you could see it here as he's going deep. The Lancers just play up. They got zone. They're supposed to have somebody deep. Defender just plays underneath it. Massive gain.
Empty backfield, 5 wide receivers for the Broncos. They'll throw into the end zone. Too high for Bargain, incomplete. In the middle of the field, in the back of the end zone.
Oh, but look at this. There is laundry on the field in the end zone. I think this might be on the offense.
There's the penalty flag. It's thrown right in the middle of the end zone. The pass was a little post pattern to Jake Bargain, the tight end, who pass interference offense. Yep. Wow, you don't see that very often, but that's a huge penalty against Hastings. So it's going to be first and goal all the way back at the 25-yard line. That's a 15-yard walk-off. It was first and goal at the 10. Now it's first and goal from the 25-yard line.
It's basically like an overtime possession at this point. But you only got 4 downs. You got to get there.
Merriman in at running back to the right of his quarterback in the shotgun set. 2 men out to the left. Double tight end set. High snap. Merriman running to his left, trying to turn the corner. Does so. He'll get a good gain inside the 15 down to the 12-yard line. That's a gain of 13. So they got a good chunk of real estate back, and they got plenty of time to work with. 1:10 and counting. Broncos still with 2 timeouts in their back pocket.
And that was Merriman's best run of the day by far. Going into that run, he had 3 rushes for -7 yards on the day. That should get him back into positive territory.
Under a minute to go. Second down and goal from the 12 for Hastings. Merriman stays in at running back to the left of his quarterback in the shotgun set. He'll try to run to the right side, turns the corner, gets through. He's inside the 5 and belted down by Cripps at the 3-yard line. And let's see if Hastings wants to call a timeout here. They do not. Now they do. Okay, with 32 seconds left, Hastings spends their second timeout. Timeout brought to you by Pizza Ranch. For legendary chicken and the best pizza, it's Yankton Pizza Ranch. They're located on Broadway. You can also call them at 665-1222. We'll keep it here during the break. And they're going to put 1 second back on the clock. So 33 seconds on the clock here at the waning moments of the second quarter.
That is an interesting time to call that timeout. You know, it's 3rd and goal. You're not going to get a fresh set of downs. And if you don't get it in on 3rd, you're probably kicking. Normally you'd wait until you get down to about 10 seconds to go. You still have a timeout left after this one, so that way you have no time for the Lancers. But Mount Marty, they have timeouts of their own, they can now start calling them and potentially have, 20, 30 seconds to maybe get a kick return and maybe try and get in field goal range after this.
But Hastings, they were first and goal from the 25. Now it's third and goal from the 3-yard line. Armbruster back in at running back. Double tight end set. Armbruster to the left of his quarterback in the shotgun set. High snap, brought down, roll out to the left, throw and pass, incomplete. Intended for Hill in the left corner of the end zone, and that pass was nowhere near targeted or nowhere near the intended receiver, and out comes the field goal unit and Wilmot.
Yeah, and here we go, what I was just talking about. Normally you want to take more time off the clock before that timeout calls, because now, even if you get this in, Lancers are going to have solid 25 seconds to maybe try and get down the field and get into field goal range. They do have timeouts. If they can get a big play, they can have a chance to score before the end of the half.
Well, Wilmot's going to line up for basically an extra point. This will be a 20-yard field goal attempt from just inside the right hash mark. Snap on target, kicks on the way. It's got the distance. It is good. So with 27 seconds left to go, it's Lancers 7, Broncos 6. Back with the kickoff in 30 seconds right here on KYNT.
If it's time to review the look of the signage of your business, let Mayer Signs help. They offer all types of signs, including exterior and interior signage, fleet wraps, digital signs, and much more. They also do logo creation and vehicle wraps. Their technicians arrive on site fully equipped to get the installation done with quality workmanship. With the latest tools and technology, Mayer Signs provides high-quality installation service for any sign. Contact Mayer Signs today on 4th and Broadway in Yankton.
FM 1021 and AM 1450. KYNT, Yankton.
That last scoring drive for the Broncos, 5 plays, 68 yards, minute 19. Time of possession, Wilmot a 20-yard field goal, and it's 7-6 Lancers on top of the Broncos. And now it will be Wilmot. He's stepping it off. He'll kick it off here. Pearson Carbajal back deep for Mount Marty. They're standing about their own 8-yard line. See if it's a squib kick. No, high end over end kick. Pearson from the 6-yard line, drifting to his left, tries to get to the sideline. He does, but he's wrapped up out of bounds. And that was Colton Marsh on the tackle, almost a horse collar tackle right in front of the Mount Marty bench, but he did let go in time.
And the Lancer crowd didn't like it, but didn't go to the ground at all, did Pearson. And here we go. The Lancers get 21 seconds. They still have 3 timeouts.
And they get the kickoff to start period number 3.
Yeah, the one thing you can't do is turn it over here. If you're chucking the ball downfield, you cannot give it back to Hastings, or you just flip it. They have a chance to get a field goal.
Well, they're going to go to a screen pass, and Waholes along the left sideline is going to get shoved out of bounds after a gain from the 29 to the 35, gain of 6, but that took a lot of time off the clock.
It did. You got time for probably 2 more plays before you need to try the field goal. You need a solid 20 yards on this play. It takes time to get downfield.
Second down and 6, or just second down and 4 coming up for the Lancers. Riken out of the shotgun. They're a little give and go, and they throw it for Richmond, and it's incomplete. And he is around the 40-yard line. He was shoved down after the play. No penalty flag forthcoming.
Yeah, the referees are letting them play today. The Lancer crowd was not a fan of that one. It was well over the head of Moshe Richmond, and then hit came in after the ball had hit the ground, but no penalty. Third down, 10 seconds to go. At this point, maybe just take a Hail Mary type of shot, just see if you can get down the field. You just don't turn over the football.
Third down, third down and 4. Hirsch to the right of his quarterback in the shotgun set. Straight drop back for Riken. Looking, throwing sideline. Waholes gets out of bounds at the 42. That'll move the chains. Stops the clock with just 5 seconds left. So now you're talking Hail Mary City here, you would think.
Yeah, I don't know. We're sitting at about, throwing it from your own 40-yard line, 60 yards to the end zone. Riken's got a good arm, but that's quite a ways. Maybe a little bit of backyard football here. Maybe some laterals incoming if they try it.
All right, let's see. They got 2 receivers out either side. Straight drop back. Riken rolls out, throws a long ball down the sideline. Wahols catches it, but separated incomplete at the 22-yard line. Big hit back there. Good defensive play by the Broncos, and that's how we'll end the first half of football. It's Mount Marty 7, Hastings 6 here, homecoming day for the Lancers at Crane Youngworth Field. We'll take a 2-minute timeout, and we will come back and begin the halftime show. And our halftime show is being brought to you by Parker Hannafin. It's day 1 of your new career, and Parker of Yankton has immediate openings for all production positions, offering newly increased wages, 13 paid holidays, and some of the most competitive benefits in the area. It all begins on day 1. Learn more at parker.com. I'm Steve Thum. He's Tehl Tanner. We're going to be back in a couple of minutes. This is Mount Marty Football, and you are listening to KYNT.
Buying a home isn't just about real estate. It's about investing in yourself. At the Move Group, we believe the best time to buy is when it makes sense for you. Our expert agents put people before transactions, meaning we listen first, provide honest guidance, and help you make a confident decision. No pressure, no gimmicks. Markets change, but the right home is about more than just numbers. It's about finding the right fit for your life and your future. When you're ready, we're here to help. Contact the Move Group today.
We're passionate about getting yearly mammograms because 1 in 8 women will be diagnosed with breast cancer. You can get a yearly mammogram to detect it early. Would it help if I requested nicely? Please, could you be so kind as to get a mammo? Or singing it. Get your mammogram starting at 40. Or with a British accent. Schedule your mammo with an Avera Breast Center at avera.org/breast or call 888-422-1410.
The Great Plains Athletic Conference is committed to being champions in the classroom, in our communities, and in competition. And we are also proud to be an NAIA 5-star Champions of Character Conference. To learn more about the GPAC, follow us on social media on Instagram, X, and Facebook. And watch the GPAC on the GPAC Network. The Great Plains Athletic Conference, academic and athletic excellence since 2000.
Oktoberfest is a brief moment of fall beer drinking beauty. So have Samuel Adams Oktoberfest on hand as the nights get cooler and the days a little shorter. Smooth taste with the roasty sweetness and light hop character that's only available for a short time. Kick off cooler weather with food and friends, and don't miss a moment with Samuel Adams Oktoberfest. Grab it while you can at your favorite place to buy beer.
Hey, son, can you hand me that vice grip?
As any farmer or rancher knows, having the right tools in the toolbox is important. That goes for your ag lending as well. If you're considering expansion, restructuring debt, or purchasing equipment, call Dakota Mac. We have a toolbox full of lending solutions to help you with your ag financing needs.
Hi, it's Jeff Wolfgram from Dakota Mac. Call us at 800-682-4578 to learn how Dakota Mac products can work for you.
We've got football fever at Lewis and Clark Ford. And with the Bucks and Lancers, we got a lot to cheer about. Yankton fans are also cheering the great lineup at Lewis and Clark Ford. Our roster of brand new Fords begins with the quarterback, the F-150, the speedy receiver, the Mustang, the hard-working lineman, the Ford Super Duty truck, and the star running back, the Bronco. See our team at lewisandclarkford.com or at our playing field, 4th and Capitol, Yankton.
It is halftime here at Crane Youngworth Field in Yankton. Homecoming for the Mount Marty Lancers. And the Lancers lead the Hastings Broncos 7-6 here at the break. Our halftime show being brought to you, of course, by Parker Hannafin. And we'll start off our halftime show with the Runza Rundown. Now, if you're on the run, make it Runza. Runza gets you your food fast so you can get going. They've got Runzas, burgers, fries, onion rings, salads, chickens, dessert, and a whole lot more. Check it out, Runza, here in Yankton. it's been a real defensive struggle, although for the most part, most of Hastings' yardage has come on just a couple of big plays in this first half.
Yeah, 2 plays to be specific. They had a 61-yard pass from Sinek to Weidinger for 61 yards. That led to one of their field goals. And then they had a 60-yard run from Armburst, which led to their first field goal. Both times, Lancers were able to turn them away inside their own 30-yard line, but they got 3 points each time, 7-6. Lancers had that one good drive as well.
Yeah, the longest play for the Lancers so far today has been a 20-yard pass from Riken to Wahols. They've gotten a 19-yard pass to Broadnax, but it's really been the defenses for both teams. They forced some turnovers. Hastings forced a turnover on downs in that first half, and both defenses playing outstanding here in the first half of play.
Yeah, they were. These defenses were playing outstanding, and as we take a look at this rundown, we can show you how just outstanding they were playing. As 3 turnovers to start the game. We had the first one, the interception. That was thrown by Kudlajek. He just found Cole Cripps right over the middle of the field. Cole Cripps with that first turnover of the ball game. Then it was the Lancers' turn for a turnover just right after that. After they got the ball back, they were driving in this second quarter. Riken going right to left. He's going to be hit from behind as he was scrambling. Strip sack. Hastings gets the ball back. But literally just one play later, it was the Lancers forcing a fumble themselves. Cole Cripps, for the second time today, he is able to knock this one out. Kavion Rogers on the recovery. But once again, nobody's able to do anything with it. It wasn't until pretty midway through the second quarter when we saw this play. Rugby Riken, some magic, escaping a sack. He's fallen to the ground with 2 men around him, completes a pass to Kyle Hirsch, and he's able to house it. Lancers, that's the one score from the first half. They do lead this game 7-6 at halftime.
And let's check out the stats here in the first half. Stats being brought to you by the Meat Lodge. You want top quality meat at great prices? Well, head to the Meat Lodge in Yankton. They're on the way to the lake on Highway 52. Tehl, what you got on that stat board?
Yeah, take a look at everything here. And in total plays, Mount Marty has 36 plays for 155 yards in the ball game. Hastings, 23 plays for 181 yards. But once again, over 120 of those yards on 2 plays, specifically the 61-yard pass and the 60-yard run. You take away the big plays, Hastings is held to 60 yards of offense. Mount Marty has got to kind of just knock down those shock plays, the big plays there, and they're going to have this game well in hand in the second half. In terms of running the football, Hastings 96 yards on the ground, but that is on looks like 17 carries for 96 yards. You take away that 60-yard run, they're averaging less than 3 yards a carry on the ground. The Lancers also struggling to run the football, 29 yards on 12 carries, 2.4 yards a carry. The quarterback stats, Kudlajek came in and threw 2 of 3, that one interception in there, and that was it for him. Sinek came in after that, had 2 of 3 as well. 2 completed passes, and one of them was the 61-yard bomb, so he's got 64 yards. Rugby Riken, a lot of short passes today, a high completion percentage at 75%, 18 of 24 with a touchdown in there and a long of 20. Receiving yards, Weidinger has 2 catches for 71. He had that 61-yard bomb for Hastings. Quinshon Hill had 11 yards on 1 catch. Nappy 1 catch for 3 yards. For the Lancers, Jackson Waholtz, 70 yards, 9 catches in the first half. He's performing well. Broadnax, 4 catches for 35 yards. Kyle Hirsch, 3 catches for 24 yards and a score. That's the majority of the team and offense and individual stats.
Time of possession nearly plus 5 minutes in favor of Mount Marty, and they've racked up 6 more first downs as well. They've been moving the ball better, more consistently, but it's been the big plays for Hastings that have gotten them into the red zone, but they've only walked away with field goals on both occasions. So that is a win for the Mount Marty defense there, as they are able to turn away the Broncos here when it looked like for sure they were going to get a touchdown there, especially when they had it at the 3-yard line.
Yeah.
But remember, they ran that end around, and there was a fumble by the quarterback. It threw off the timing of the play. They went to Cooper Butler on that end around, and he was thrown for about an 8-yard loss on the play. And you know what? And that's something, had they been at, say, the 1 or 2 yard line, Tehl, I think you're right. I think they did call 2 plays in the huddle, and they had something prepared if it was going to be 4th and short.
Yeah, but when you lose 6 yards on 3rd down,
Yeah.
you can't do it anymore. And the Lancer defense on 3rd down has been just efficient today. 5 times they've forced 3rd down. 4 times they have ended drives. 1 of 5 on 3rd down total in the first half is Hastings.
And you mentioned Hastings likes to go for it on 4th down. They haven't had an opportunity. They're 0 for 0.
Well, these are actually the 2 teams in the GPAC conference that go for it the most times on 4th down. Mount Marty has gone for it 23 times on 4th. They've made 16 of them. That's actually 70% conversion rate on 4th down, by the way, for the Lancers. Hastings has gone for it 21 times on the season. A little lower percentage. They've only hit 8 of them for 38%. But, yeah, not a whole lot of short yardage 4th downs on the opposing side of the field for either of these teams today. It's been a lot of defense getting stops on the negative side of the field, a lot of punting.
This is the halftime show being brought to you by Parker Hannafin. 7-6 is our score. Mount Marty is ahead of Hastings. We're going to take a timeout. We'll come back and we'll get you college football scores from around the GPAC and around the nation as well. He's Tehl Tanner. I'm Steve Thum. This is Mount Marty football, and you are listening to KYNT.
At Les Schwab, we've been changing the tire game for more than 70 years. Our Go the Extra Mile service means more hustle, less hassle. We design our own exclusive tires to give you more tires made for the road you drive, less compromise. All backed by America's best tire warranty included with every tire we sell. We're talking more unbeatable tire warranty, less charging you extra, like the other guys. It's why you get more from less. Book an appointment at leschwab.com.
Are you huddling up with the relatives for the holidays or a Yankton or Mount Marty football game, but don't have enough space in your locker room? Book rooms at the Fairfield by Marriott are Holiday Inn Express. There won't be any roughing penalties with their clean, comfortable beds, and no interference on a relaxing stay. Remember, instead of everyone at your house, call on Audible and book rooms at the Fairfield by Marriott or Holiday Inn Express. For great rates and flexible reservation changes, call either hotel direct.
Looking for the easy way to travel? Well, let Foreman Charters do the driving for your next trip. Here are some 2026 tours coming up. Experience the full-scale replica of Noah's Ark with the Ark Encounter Tour leaving in May. Visit Michigan's historic resort destination, Mackinac Island, in June. Also in June, head for the hills and the famous Medora musical. And see the Grand Canyon and other Southwest National Parks in July. For more on Foreman Charters tours, go to foremanbus.com.
Did you know Sherco offers more than just egg tarps? Sherco now extends our leading tarp systems, industry know-how, and top-level service to construction, flatbed, and waste applications. Sherco offers manual and electric tarp systems for not only grain trailers and carts, but also side dumps, end dumps, belly dumps, roll-offs, flatbeds, and more. To learn more, contact your authorized Sherco distributor or find us at Sherco.com. Demand the best. Demand Sherco.
It's game on at Yankton Pizza Ranch. Our buffet is loaded with hot pizzas, sweet desserts, and the country's best chicken. Plenty of food and plenty of room for a whole team or your whole family, whether you're celebrating a big win or just hungry for one. Everybody leaves full and happy. So huddle up and make it a buffet day every day from 11 to 8 at Yankton Pizza Ranch.
It's where life tastes better. Surround them up and head her down to the Pizza Ranch. Whoa, that's good.
Parker of Yankton is powering progress, and you can be part of it. We're adding 2 new production lines and expanding our team with a product and a mechanical engineer, plus material handlers, line techs, and assemblers for both shifts. We offer paid vacation, medical, dental, vision, and life insurance. Enjoy quarterly profit sharing, 5% 401k match, and a fully paid retirement income account. Join a company where innovation meets opportunity, right here in Yankton. Be part of something bigger. Apply now at parker.com/careers.
Parker, engineering your success.
All right, back here in the Parker halftime report. Let's go ahead and go through our out-of-town scoreboard. This brought to you by Gerstner Oil. no matter what you drive, make sure you're fueling up at Triple Time Rudy's on Broadway. As we take a look at other GPAC games that are going on today, we've got quite a few final scores here. Most kickoffs at 1. There was one kickoff at 2 as well. So Briarcliff does defeat Doane today. 28-21 was the final. Briarcliff over Doane. Morningside defeats Concordia today. 59-21. Morningside is rolling right now after a loss last week. They kind of got a little revenge beating Concordia there. 59-21. Dort does survive a close one with Midland today. 17-14 was the final score there. The defenders survive a 3-point game at home. And then finally, in the fourth quarter, this was the one that kicked off at 2. Dakota Wesleyan leads over Waldorf 33-7 with just about 8.5 minutes left in the ball game for homecoming for Dakota Wesleyan. And our game, once again, 7-6 at halftime. Mount Marty over Hastings as we welcome back Steve Thum.
Yeah, and Dakota Wesleyan will be the opponent next week here at Crane Youngworth Field as they are taking care of business against Waldorf today.
Let's go through some more out-of-town scores in major college football here. We have final in overtime from today. It was number 16 Virginia beating UNC, surviving a close one, 17-16 in overtime. Memphis gets the upset over number 18 South Florida, 34-31. Indiana, as you mentioned earlier, Steve, just killing UCLA, 56-6. Poor UCLA. And then number 8 Ole Miss does defeat number 13 Oklahoma, 34-26. Georgia Tech defeats Syracuse, 41-16. Alabama is currently leading South Carolina. A minute to go before halftime. 14-6 is the score there. BYU is trailing Iowa State. Upset alert. Unranked Iowa State, 24-17 over number 11 BYU at the half. Also at half, number 15 Missouri, number 10 Vanderbilt tied up at 3. Number 22 Texas 7, Mississippi State 7 in the second quarter as well.
And we just got an update. Texas just scored in that Mississippi State game. They are up 14-7. That touchdown literally happening seconds ago. So the Longhorns trying to make some hay there against Mississippi State in the Southeast Conference. Going over to the Mo Valley final, it was Illinois State upsetting USD 21-13 over at the Dome today. Youngstown State blows out Murray State. Boy, the Racers having a tough year in football. They're 0-7, 51-17. The score in that game. Games in progress. North Dakota ahead of Indiana State 21-3. That's about 4 minutes to go until halftime. And Southern Illinois is taking it to Northern Iowa. It's 31-3 late in the third quarter of play, but USD Coyotes suffering a big loss today, Tehl.
Yeah, that was a tough one, versus Illinois State. They came in and got that win by 7, 21-13 over South Dakota. Another big game tonight, probably the biggest game of the FCS today. North Dakota State, South Dakota State. That's the Dakota Marker game at 7 o'clock. That'll be played in Brookings. Also another big game that happened today, the Nebraska Cornhuskers. They're going to bowl season. They got 6 wins, 6-2 now as they defeat Northwestern today, 28-21. It came down to the final minutes. It was tied 21 apiece in the fourth. Nebraska with a late score and a defensive stand. They take that game.
This is a kind of a shocking score at halftime. Iowa leads Minnesota 31-0. Here's the thing. Iowa and Minnesota are both 5-2 coming into today's contest. Many thought that was going to be a close game. But the Hawkeyes just stomping on the Gophers at the moment. That game at the break, 31-0. Washington is ahead of number 23 Illinois, also at the break, 21-17. Those scores out of the Big Ten Conference. A quick look at the Big 12 Conference. You have Cincinnati leading Baylor 17-0. That game near halftime as Cincinnati having a surprising season.
Absolutely. We also got to talk about one more thing before we run out of time here at halftime. The Athletics Hall of Fame inductees for Mount Marty University inducted last night for Lancer Days. We got to give them a shout out. Congratulations to the 1975, 1976, and 1977 Mount Marty University volleyball teams. All 3 of those teams consecutive years inducted into the Hall of Fame. crazy couple of years they had, so
Yep.
congratulations to them. Also, congrats to 3 people. Jim Thorson, the men's basketball coach from 1995 to 2013. He was the men's basketball coach for a long time and did great things. He was inducted last night. Jan Zalonis Code back in 78 played volleyball, basketball, and track and field, was inducted. And then Randy Perry, graduated in 96, played baseball here for the Lancers, was inducted as well.
Congratulations to those athletes, especially those volleyball teams. Remember, that was right away at the beginning of volleyball Title IX going into effect. Let's also talk about the Fine Arts Hall of Fame. And I have to mention one name very quickly.
You do.
My aunt, Vi Ranney, 82 grad from Mount Marty, getting inducted into the Mount Marty Fine Arts Hall of Fame.
Oh, you got to love that. Fine Arts Hall of Fame. Let's go over the rest of them. Mike Gonteski was inducted. And as you just mentioned, Biona Thum was inducted. And then Paulette Marla Schmidt was inducted. And Patricia Ann Toscano, Patricia Ann Toscano was inducted to the Fine Arts Hall of Fame for Mount Marty as well.
And that ceremony will be tomorrow in Marion Auditorium. Here's the kickoff. Pearson on the return makes a couple of men miss, but he's tripped up near the 20-yard line, and that's where Mount Marty will start with the football. 7-6 is our score here as we start the third period of play. Our second half of football being brought to you by Core Trust Bank. Raise your expectations with Core Trust. Member FDIC.
Yeah, that's a good note. Should mention the Athletic Hall of Fame was inducted last night. The Fine Arts Hall of Fame, that is still tomorrow, so you can go check that out for the Fine Arts Hall of Fame for the Lancers tomorrow.
Yep. They'll have an open house at 11:15, ceremony at high noon. Hirsch starts the second half at running back and a screen pass. It's going to go to Waholes, his 10th catch, and he maneuvers along the right sideline. Gets out of bounds near the 25-yard line, and that's his 10th catch.
Wow, yeah, that's an incredible number here for the first play of the second half. The Lancers, he had 31 receptions on the year coming into today. That led all receivers. Their actual leading receiver on the year was actually Kyle Hirsch, their running back, with 33 receptions. Not anymore. This is a great performance. They kind of decided they want to get the ball to Jackson Waholes.
All right, second down and about 6 coming up. Gain of 4 on that last play. Play action. Riken looking over the middle, throws Waholes again. He was the outlet man, but he stepped out right away after he caught the ball across the 25-yard line. Got to the 27. We'll call it a gain of about 2 on the play. Third down and 4 coming up. They've got to get to the 31-yard line. He's Tehl Tanner. I'm Steve Thum. Mount Marty football here on KYNT. We just started the third quarter of the play. The Lancers are up 7-6. They have the football here as they took the opening kickoff of quarter number 3. Pistol formation. Waholes goes in motion from right to left. 3 men out on the left side. Riken throws over the middle, caught by Hirsch. The safety valve man has it at the 40, and he's tackled near the 48-yard line by Lambert. First down, Mount Marty.
And a great pass from Rugby Riken as pressure is in his face. You can see it here. The young quarterback able to complete it over the middle of the field, finds Hirsch, and he just makes a great move going downfield.
Hurry up offense now for Mount Marty. They're at the 49-yard line. First down and 10. Another bubble screen to Waholes. He tries to shrug off a man, but he runs into his own man, and that's a 2-yard loss on the play.
Yeah, Brinsley upset with himself on that one as he comes off the field. Just didn't secure the block on the edge and tackle right at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, the Lancers.
A couple lost there.
Yeah, they're going to lose a couple of yards as the Lancers not running the football at all. Normally that's their bread and butter, but it's been the screen passes today. That's been the main part of the offense for the Lancers. 12:35 left to go, third quarter, 7-6 Mount Marty. 2 men out to either side. Hirsch stays in the backfield, shotgun set on second and long. Play action. Riken throws, and it's going to be caught by Rowland, his first catch, and he's out of bounds at the 46-yard line of Hastings.
Yeah, you could see Riken's first read there. He had his eyes downfield. Moshe Richmond was on a post route. Safety read it well and was playing it deep, so he just finds Rowland for the short gain.
Waholes is going to check out in favor of Carbajal. Yep, for Jack Rowland, the sophomore, he's more of a blocking
Oh, yeah.
back.
He gets in there and does the dirty work on blocking plays, and he does a great job with it. You like seeing guys like that get a catch every now and then, get their flowers.
All right, double tight end set. 3rd down and about 5. Play action. Reichen out of the gun, throws, caught near the first down marker. That was Hirsch, but he's a yard shy at the 42. He needed to get to the 41. Will the offense stay on the field?
Oh, you know it well. Here's where you play the numbers. Once again, the Lancers on the season, they are 70% on 4th down, 16 of 23 on the season. And most of the time, it's because they get in yardage situations like this. Only 1 yard to go. You got 70% conversion rate, 1 yard. I'd say go for it.
Play clock at 15, and now Reichen will line them up. He'll send one man out to the left, one out to the right. Double tight end set with Hirsch the back. It'll be Hirsch up the middle. He'll have the first down. He'll get 2 yards. He needed 1. He got to the 40-yard line. Move the chains. First down, Lancers.
Yeah, Mount Marty's just so efficient on 4th down. When it really comes down to it, they're able to move the chains. You talk about them last year. They led the entire nation in 3rd down conversion rate at 54%. This season, a little below that in the nation lead, but still able to move the chains when it counts are the Lancers.
Mount Marty football brought to you in part by Sureco. When you need to be sure, make it Sureco. From the 40-yard line of the Broncos, 1st and 10. Jet sweep. It's Carbajal. He's corralled. No gain on the play.
Yeah, they tried that one earlier in the first half, and it was good. It was a 14-yard rush for Carbajal to start the game. This time, no gain.
Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Runza. If you're on the run, make it Runza. Runza gets you your food fast so you can get going. They've got burgers, Runzas, fries, onion rings, salads, chickens, and dessert more at Runza in Yankton.
That sounds good.
Yes, it does. 2nd down and 10. Lancers operate left to right on your radio dial. Play action, rollout, pass, outlet man. That is going to be Carbajal, and he manages to dance his way down the sideline. Got an extra few yards. Hastings kind of gave up on the play. He gets to the 28. Move the chains. First down.
Just walk the tightrope. You can see it here at the bottom of your screen, just going all the way down. They tried to force him out, and he just stayed in. Even the cameraman got a little faked out there.
That was a good play by Carbajal. It goes for 12 yards. And from the 28-yard line of the Broncos, it's 1st and 10 for the Lancers. Again, they'll go to the pass. Reichen stands tall, throws to the end zone over the head of Richmond. Incomplete in the right corner of the end zone. 2nd down and 10 coming up. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Foreman Charters. Let Foreman Charters do the driving for you on your next trip. See upcoming tours at foremanbus.com.
Moshe Richmond, they're trying to get him involved here. A couple of deep routes for him to start off this second half. You remember at the very beginning of this game, I think it was the first drive, he had just an easy drop right off his hands, led to the end of a drive, and they're trying to get him involved here in the second half.
Carbajal goes in motion, and here comes the pressure. Incomplete on the pass to Hirsch as Reichen was hit. Penalty flag down in the backfield.
Penalty flag, as you said. Reichen was hit as he threw and then driven into the ground, but what is the flag going to be?
Well, you got to figure it's either roughing the passer or holding.
One of the two.
Personal foul, roughing the passer on the defense. Move the chains, 1st down, Mount Marty.
So we can take a look at what happened here on the Farmers Union Insurance replay. Keep an eye on the quarterback, Reichen. There's the hit, and just driven into the ground, full weight on top of the quarterback. Can't do it.
And that moves the ball all the way down to the, I think they're going to put it at the 14-yard line. Yeah, just across the 15. We'll call it the 14-yard line, 1st and 10. Lancers, pistol formation with 3 receivers on the right side, 1 man out to the left. Bubble screen, Carbajal corralled right away, and he'll get back to the line of scrimmage, and that's all.
And Mount Marty's just not getting the blocks on the edges there. Hastings is doing a really good job keeping Mount Marty inside, not letting them turn the corner.
Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Slowey Management. Call the Fairfield by Marriott or Holiday Inn Express in Yankton Direct for great rates and flexible reservation changes. 2nd down and 10. 8:30 left to go, 3rd quarter. Still 7-6 in favor of the Lancers. Roland goes in motion from right to left. Double tight end set. Play action to Hurst. Throw to the end zone. A man is there. Richmond catches it right at the goal line. Is he in? Yes! Touchdown, Lancers! What a catch!
And great body control from the freshman wide receiver as well. Once he's able to bring it in, he then turns his body to find the pylon, able to knock it over. Take a look at it here on our replay. Throw into the corner of the end zone, near corner, turns his body, hits the pylon. That was great.
And that's a freshman, folks.
That's a freshman. That is incredible body control.
And now the Lancers are going to go for 2. Now they're up by 7. They're going to try to make this a 2-score game here. As they'll split out Broadnax to the left. 1 receiver, now 2 receivers over on the right side. Hurst stays in at running back. Roland's the H-back. And it's going to be a halfback toss, incomplete. Hurst tried to throw the ball, but it slipped out of his hands, so the 2-point conversion is no good. But with 8:16 left to go in the third quarter, it's Mount Marty 13, Hastings 6. Back with the kickoff in just 30 seconds right here on KYNT.
Heartland Humane Society needs your help finding forever homes for over 750 pets. Pets in the shelter's care are fully vaccinated, microchipped, and always great with people. You can help by volunteering to walk a dog or cuddle a cat, by fostering a pet for just the weekend or long term, by making a donation to cover an animal's care, or by choosing adoption. To learn more, visit heartlandhumanesociety.net.
That last scoring drive for the Lancers, 12 plays, 79 yards, 6:39 time of possession. Riken to Richmond from 14 yards out. 2-point conversion on the halfback pass. No good. We remain at 13-6. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum.
Yeah, just look at that. What a catch.
Yep, for those watching online on the web stream, you got a chance to see that great catch by Moshe Richmond right at the pylon. Hits the pylon, that counts as the end zone, and that's a touchdown. Here's a high end over end kick, and it's going to be Chaplin at the 8-yard line, running to his left, gets to the sideline, and there he is thrown out of bounds near the 21-yard line, and we got some pushing and shoving after the play right in the Mount Marty bench, but no penalty flags. It will be Hastings football. And let's see, they'll put him down at the 25-yard line.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at a replay of what happened there. One of the Lancer coaches got knocked to the ground as they were going out. It wasn't intentional, didn't try to run into him. But when a coach goes down, the entire sideline runs to him to, check on him. That's what was going on there. It wasn't a fight or anything. Just a coach went down and everybody had to go check.
Gudlacek back at quarterback on the keeper, running to his right, puts his head down, and he'll get about a 4-yard gain. So the starting quarterback back into the game, the junior, Carson Gudlacek.
So, as you mentioned, Gudlacek back in the game. He went 2 for 3, 2 completed passes for 21 yards. The third incompletion, well, it was an interception, actually, to Cole Cripps. We didn't see him since then. Back for the second half.
Yep, gain of 5. He's more of a running quarterback. And Armbruster will take the handoff. No, he won't. Kudlacek inflicts a man miss, gets across the 35, and he'll get to the 39-yard line. They'll give him the 40, actually, move the chains. First down, Hastings.
Maybe that's the reason they wanted to bring him back here, because he can do things like that. Very talented with his legs, just rips the ball out of the belly of his running back and takes it for a first down.
Yep, all the way to the 40-yard line. Hastings has it 1st and 10. 7-10 and counting. Third quarter. Lancers 13. Broncos 6. Broncos operate right to left on your radio dial. Armbruster at quarterback to the left. This quarterback in the shotgun set. Rollout to the left side. Wants to throw. Now he'll run. He'll get ahead for about a 7-yard gain. They're going to say his knee slid down at the closer to the 45-yard line. So gain of 5 on the scramble. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Lewis and Clark Ford. They're a proud sponsor of Mount Marty Athletics. You can visit them at 4th and Capitol in Yankton or at lewisandclarkford.com. 2nd and 5. Kudlachik sends 2 men out to the right, 1 out to the left. Now here comes Armbruster in motion. And it's going to be another quarterback keeper, and it's going to be a nice run. About 3-yard gain on the play. Sets up 3rd down and about 2 for the Broncos.
Complete misdirection there, just keeping it in the hands of the quarterback. Now 3rd down, as he said.
And you got to respect Armbruster because he busted off a 60-yard run earlier.
I would say that deserves respect, yes.
3rd and 2, 5:40 and counting here in the 3rd quarter with the Lancers up 13-6. Armbruster to the right of his quarterback. Shotgun set, 3 men out to the right. It's going to be another quarterback keeper, and he dives ahead. I think he got it. Yes, he did. Kudlachik just keeping it on the ground himself, and he's moving the chains.
Yeah, he was reading Delonte Dickey the full way there. They're actually talking about this for a second. We'll see the spot before we show you the replay.
He's short. 4th and half a yard. The offense is going to stay out there.
All right, let's look at it here. So he's reading Delonte Dickey the full way. Dickey goes inside. He goes forward, and you can see the knee down.
All righty. Oh, we might have the brotherly shove here. Kudlachik, just quarterback keeper, and they're going to push him ahead for a 1st down. That's a good surge by that offensive line by Hastings. Gain of 1.5 yards, move the chains, 1st down, Broncos. Marty Football brought to you today in part by Conklin Distributing. Packed with essential vitamins and nutrients, Rise Fuel gives you the power to push harder, go faster, and perform better. Fuel your ambition and unleash your potential with Rise Fuel. From the 49-yard line of the Lancers, this has been all Kudlachik on this drive, pretty much running the ball himself. And he'll hand it off this time. Armbruster has a hole to the right side, gets to the outside, penalty flag down, gain of 8 on the play. And this one's going to probably come back, I would think.
Yeah, we'll see what the flag is here.
Thrown in the area where you normally see holding. Lancers are pointing towards Hastings. Referees will confer at the 45-yard line. Clock stops, 3:57 left here in the 3rd. This is a big, big penalty because otherwise it's going to be a gain of about 8 or 9 yards on the play. But will this be wiped out? No official signal yet.
You mentioned as they're talking about this that it was pretty much all Kudlachik on this drive. I went back and looked at the play-by-play. Exactly that. 6 plays, 6 runs for Kudlachik, and that has been the entire offense until this.
Face mask on the defense. Wow. Big one.
That's a big one. Let's take a look at it, see if we can spot it.
Yep, Farmers Union Insurance with the replay. And let's see here. I don't think... I think it was on one of the blockers.
Yeah,
it wasn't on the. I don't think it was on any. Wasn't on the ball carrier. So that's going to tack on 15 yards. That moves the ball all the way to the 25-yard line of the Lancers. 1st and 10 Broncos. They're on the move with 3:45 left to go here in quarter number 3. And this Armbruster up the middle has a hole, makes a man miss. He's at the 10. He's at the 5. Touchdown. Hastings on the 25-yard run by Armbruster. That is his 3rd rushing touchdown of the year, and for the first time today, Hastings is into the end zone.
And it was a heck of a run, too. He was just dodging and weaving in between Lancer would-be tacklers. He stuttered right behind his offensive line, breaks forward through the hole, cuts back across the field at the end. It was a good run.
And now here comes Wilmot for the point after kick.
I remember Lancers tried to go for 2 to make it a 2-possession game. Didn't get it, so this could tie it.
Snap, good. Kick on the way, has the distance. Good. 3:34 left to go. 3rd quarter, we're tied up at 13 between the Lancers and the Broncos. Back with the kickoff in 30 seconds right here on KYNT.
Beef, pork, seafood, poultry, and more, all at the Meat Lodge in Yankton. Get top quality meats at great prices. They have specialty items like lamb, brisket, bison, mahi-mahi, crab legs, and lobster. They even have non-meat options like Dimmick cheese, pickled items, seasonings, and sauces. The Meat Lodge in Yankton on the way to the lake on Highway 52. For more, call 689-3000 or go to themeatlodge.com.
That last scoring drive for Hastings, 8 plays, 76 yards, 4:37 time of possession. Armbruster with the 25-yard touchdown run, point after kick good, and we're tied up at 13 here at Crane Youngworth Field. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum, and that was all a confidence booster, I think, for Kudlachik.
And that was a great run for Armbruster there as well. Just at the end of this, ducking and weaving, finding his way to pay dirt. One heck of a run, and we're tied up at 13.
Well, last year it was a 3-point win for the Lancers. Let's see what they have to do today in this close contest. And it's going to be Carbajal from the 10-yard line, running to his left, has a hole, makes it to the sidelines across the 30, near the 35-yard lines where he's shoved out of bounds. Mount Marty football today brought to you by Ben's Brew Station. They're the office watch party. They're the location for that for KYN TV. They got 16 TVs and all the refreshments you need. If it's on KYN TV, it's on at Ben's. All right, Lancers have it. 1st and 10. Malachi Hartz checks into the game at running back. Standing to the left of his quarterback. Play action, throw, quick pass caught at the 40-yard line. Broadnax, and that's a gain of about 5 out to the 40. Again, it's just been all screen passes today.
Quick passes, quick passes.
2nd down and 5 coming up for Mount Marty. We're about at the 3-minute mark here in quarter number 3. In case you're just joining us, it's tie score at 13 between Hastings and Mount Marty.
It's been an unusual offensive game for the Lancers. They've kind of changed most of the way they do things on offense. You see them running the football through the majority of the season now, just passing on most downs.
Pass tipped, and it's still caught at the 43-yard line by Brinsley. His first catch. That pass was tipped at the line of scrimmage. It was intended for Brinsley. It ended up short, and he just dove ahead, and instead of an incompletion, it's a 3-yard gain.
Just keep your concentration on that one. That's all it is.
All right, 3rd down and 2 coming up for Mount Marty. 2:20 and counting. Here in the 3rd quarter, we're tied up at 13. Hartz at running back. And that's Waholes in motion, going over to the right side where there's 3 wide receivers, 1 man out to the left. And up the middle is Hartz. He stopped at the line of scrimmage, no gain, and the defense holds for Hastings.
That was only the 3rd carry by Hartz, too. Maybe that's what it is. Hastings' front 7 is just good, and they've been stopping everything.
Punting unit comes out for Mount Marty. Camden Vance will do the honors. Colton Marsh dropping back deep. And that's also Cooper Butler dropping back deep. They're inside their own 20-yard line. And that kick was almost blocked. But a good punt, bounces at the 28, takes a Mount Marty bounce inside the 20 and bounces out at the 17-yard line. Hastings will open things up there, 1st and 10, with just a minute 25 left to go here in quarter number 3. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Dakota Mac. They can help you do the heavy lifting when it comes to ag financing. Whether you're a farmer, investor, or a beginning farmer, they'll work hard to find lending solutions to fit your needs. Learn more at dakotamac.com.
I was looking at it just a second ago. That was very close to blocked. Very close.
Kudlachik stays in. Armbruster up the middle. Check that Merriman with the ball, and he's met right away. Maybe a gain of a yard, and that is all. 2nd down and 9 coming up for Hastings. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Les Schwab Tire. For tires, brakes, alignments, and more, visit Les Schwab Tire Center in Yankton. Get more from Les. Under a minute to go now in the 3rd quarter. 2nd down and 9. Merriman to the left of his quarterback. He'll take the handoff, try and go to the right side. He's being pursued, turns the corner, meets Crown over, And he'll stop him at the 23-yard line. Gain of about 4. They'll bring up third down and about 4. And let's see if Hastings will run one more play here, because the game clock and the play clock are matched up evenly.
Might try the hard count here on third down, as you don't have to snap the ball.
No, you don't. See if you can get a free 5 yards. Third down and 4. Merriman moves over to a wide receiver position.
There's confusion.
I don't think they're going to run a play.
No, there was confusion.
Yep. We're at the end of 3 quarters of football, tied up between the Lancers and the Broncos. It's 13 apiece. We'll be back with the fourth quarter after this 1-minute timeout right here on KYNT.
As a proud community bank, Core Trust delivers more than just checking and savings accounts. We invest in the cities and towns where we live and work by volunteering to coach youth sports teams, supporting local charities and the arts with our time and resources. Whether we live in a rural town in South Dakota or a suburban city in Minnesota, it's a place we call home. Core Trust Bank. Raise your expectations.
Member FDIC.
The perfect place to get together with friends and family and watch the game and enjoy some of the best wings in town is Checkers Sports Bar and Grill. Checkers is open every day, and on Monday nights, the action gets even better. Cheer on Monday Night Football with $6 cheeseburgers and fries, plus play bingo and your chance to win great prizes. From mouth-watering wings to juicy burgers and stacked sandwiches, Checkers Sports Bar and Grill is Yankton's favorite destination for food, friends, and game day fun. Your game days belong at Checkers.
Starting the fourth quarter of play, tied up at 13 apiece between Mount Marty and Hastings. Homecoming here today at Crane Youngworth Field for the Lancers. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. And for the Broncos, they've got a big third down and 4 from their own 23-yard line. They operate left to right on your radio dial. Kudlacek at quarterback. Stares at his sideline for the play. He'll have one man out to the left, one man out to the right. Merriman the lone setback. Changing things up here. Play clock was nearly expired. Kudlacek keeps it, and he'll run up the middle. No gain, maybe a yard, and that is all. Punting unit comes out for Hastings.
And Mount Marty was all over that, right in the center of that offensive line. They had 4 down linemen, able to plug up some holes, and then the linebackers crash in to finish it off. 4th down.
Big defensive stand there for Mount Marty. It's 4th down and 3. Looks like Broadnax is dropping back deep. Or no, check that. It's Drushan Phillips. He'll drop back deep. Punt coming. Nearly blocked. Bounces at the 40, and Phillips, or check that, that's Zone Robinson. He'll back away from it. Takes a Hastings roll inside the 20 all the way to the 18-yard line, and that's where Mount Marty will begin things here with 14:08 left in quarter number 4. Tehl, a quick stat update if you got anything that really stands out to you.
Yeah, take a look at the third downs. Once again, the Lancer defense has just been on fire on third down today. 1 of 7 now is Hastings. Hastings does have 164 yards on the ground with 113 from Armbruster, who once again had a couple of really long runs, the touchdown run and then the 60-yard run as well.
Hart's in the game at running back. He'll take the ball up the middle, crash into the line, and he will get across the 20 to about the 24. Call it a gain of 6.
Here's a pretty wild rushing stat for the Lancers. That is Malachi Hart's 4th carry on the day. That is very, very low. They kind of went in a different direction here today. He's their leading rusher with 427 yards on 104 carries, averaging just over 4 yards a carry on the season. They've been doing it through the air. Rugby Riken 29 of 36, 198 yards and 2 touchdowns.
Wahols comes in motion, back to the run. Hart's hit right away, tumbles ahead for a 1-yard gain to the 25. That'll set up third down and 3. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Avera Health. Visit avera.org today. Big third down here for both squads. We're early in the fourth quarter. 13:08 left and counting. Tied up at 13. Ball in the middle of the field. 2 men out to the left. Now 2 men out on the right side. Hart stays in at running back. Straight drop back. Reichen short pass. Wahols catches it at the 33 up to first down.
Oh, and what a route on that one as well from Jackson Waholtz, who's had one heck of a day. That's reception number 13.
Yep, they'll actually move the ball to the 34-yard line. That's a big first down for Mount Marty. Hart's in the pistol formation is deep. 3 men out to the left, 1 out to the right.
Hard count nearly got him to jump there.
Yep. 4 down linemen for Hastings. Bubble screen. It's Carbajal. He gets a block across the 35, gets to the 40-yard line. That's a gain of 6.
Reichen on the last 2 completions, now over 200 yards on the day. He has 31 completed passes on 38 attempts for 2 touchdowns.
2nd down and 4 coming up for the Lancers. They'll send 1 man out either side. Now shift around the tight ends. Both of them lining up now on the right side of the formation. Play action, pass. Broadnax catches it, slips past the man across the 45. He should have the first down before he's knocked out of bounds into the Lancer bench. But it'll be out to the 46-yard line when all's said and done. First down, Mount Marty.
Little John on the near sideline too, but no flags thrown on either team.
Mentioned that at the top of the broadcast that Hastings pretty stingy with the run defense, only 101 yards per game, but they're giving up 230 through the air. Right now, Lancers at 222 yards of passing. We'll have a double tight end set. Hart's in the backfield, play action. They're going to throw the long ball down the sidelines. Broadnax being held incomplete. Penalty flag down.
Yeah, you were just waiting for the flag to be thrown. You called it as it was going. Defender just had a hand on Broadnax all the way down the field. You can take a look at it here as they're fighting for it. He was trying to get around the defender, was only able to get one hand on it. There it is. He's got his arm tangled up. Should be pass interference here.
Jason Olford, the junior out of Wiley, Texas, the guilty party, and he's begging, what did I do? I can keep one hand on him. Will this penalty stand? Believe it will. Or are they going to pick up the flag? Nope. Pass interference on the defense. 15 yards, automatic first down for Mount Marty. I think it was pretty clear. But that was pass interference.
Yeah, we can take a look at it again. You can see it here. He had Broadnax's right arm just kind of holding on to it, interlocked in each other, and he can't get to the football, can't get through him. Yeah, that's pass interference. He was playing the receiver the whole way, didn't get turned around to play the ball.
It's one thing if you have the hand on him. Yeah. That's one thing, but he was definitely grabbing him there.
He had his arm tangled up and was playing him. If you're able to kind of get your body turned around and play the football in a short pass like that, most of the time it won't get called, but playing the receiver the whole way and you got his arm locked up, it'll get called.
So the ball is moved to the 36-yard line of Hastings. And now we have a flag in the backfield. The play clock run out?
This was thrown near the 16-yard line. They're snapping the ball at the 36. This was one of the back judges way back that threw this one.
Clock stops at 10:54 here in the fourth quarter. We're tied up at 13 between Mount Marty and Hastings. He's Tehl Tanner. I'm Steve Thum, and referees conferring near the 20-yard line. Not sure what the call is. Hastings pointing against Mount Marty, but we're not sure what's going on.
I don't think that's not the official that would throw it for play clock, and I don't think the play clock was that low either way. So I don't think that's what it is, but what could it be? It's in the territory. Maybe there's a sideline thing on Hastings? Yep.
Sideline warning on Hastings.
That's what I wondered. It's thrown on the opposite sideline, and, yeah, it's sideline warning on the road team.
So you get one warning. After that, they start marching off yardage against you. So we'll get back to action here with 10:54 left. Here in the fourth quarter, Mount Marty on the move, tied at 13. From the Hastings 36-yard line, first down and 10. Hart's in at running back. They fake it to him, and it is going to be an outlet pass. Hart's trapped in the backfield. He's trying to make something happen, and he is going to stay on his feet and get ahead somehow back to the line of scrimmage and gain a yard. His knee was almost down in the backfield, but he put out his hand and managed to prop himself up.
Yeah, Mount Marty was lucky to not lose a bunch of yardage here. You can see it. Rugby Riken has the pressure on as he's going back, able to escape the sack, just dump it to Malachi, who's dancing around in the backfield, able to get back to the line of scrimmage, but that was all.
Yeah, 1 yard gain officially on the play. Whole lot of running for 1 yard.
Oh, yeah.
2nd and 9. 10-10 left to go, fourth quarter, tied at 13. Hart's to the right of his quarterback in the shotgun set. Double tight end set, and now they'll clear out. And it's a throw over the middle in triple coverage. It's going to be caught near the 27-yard line by Richmond. Not enough for a first down, but sets up third and about 2.
Moshe's second catch of the game. The first one was the touchdown that got the Lancers up to 13 points.
You got to figure this is 4-down territory. But it's been a tough day for the ground game for the Lancers.
Yeah, Mount Marty 5 of 11 on third down today, 1 of 2 on fourth.
Roland splits out. Now he'll come in motion from right to left. Play action. Riken in trouble. He's going to dance his way out of it, slips through a couple of men. He'll get to the 26-yard line. I think he's got the first down.
Oh, he's right on it if he doesn't. It's going to be 4th and inches if they don't give it to him.
Oh, it's fourth down. Fourth down. They say his knee is down at the 27. He needed the 26. So you got to figure the Lancers are going to go for it here.
You can kind of see him going for it. He needs that 26. Goes down just short.
All right, fourth down and a yard. 8:45 and counting in the fourth quarter. Lancers look like they're going to go for it. They got plenty of time on the play clock. Hirsch will be in the backfield. Straight drop back. Riken, he's going to take off and run, and he's got the first down and more. Makes a man miss. He's down at the 15-yard line. And I think a penalty flag came in late.
Yes, it did. A penalty flag comes in late as well. We're going to have to check what this is. But going back to the top of the broadcast, when we spoke with Rugby Riken in the pregame, he told me, sliding was never a thing that was in my toolbox until my coaches started forcing it. And I think he forgot about them telling him to slide on those plays. He just kept going. Now I'm wondering if they might have had him around the head here.
It could be a face mask.
Yeah, you can take a look at his run here at the tail end of the run. They had a hold of him. Yep.
Personal foul, face mask on the defense. That's half the distance to the goal after the end of the run. Automatic first down for Mount Marty. So it's first and goal at about the 8-yard line.
And you can see it. You can see Riken on the scramble. At the tail end of it, you can see his head jerk around there it is.
Yep. All righty. Hart's back into the game at running back. Richmond goes in motion from left to right. Double tight end set. And they'll go to the run in Malachi Hart's trying to bounce it to the outside. Stays on his feet. Short gain on the play, about 2 yards. He got to the 6. Second down coming up. 7:50 and counting. Fourth quarter tied up at 13.
We are approaching 7 minutes in this drive. We're at 6:30 right now. It was a long drive for the Lancers, going more than 75 yards.
And that's been their modus operandi this season. Long drives. Second down and goal from the 6. Roland shifts over to the left side as an H-back. Hart's in the backfield. Play action, throw over the middle, and it's too high. Incomplete, intended for Richmond in the middle of the end zone.
Trying to get Moshe Richmond his second touchdown catch of the day. Just a little too tall for the freshman wide receiver. They love throwing to this guy in the red zone. He's just so athletic, but that one just a little too tall.
All right. Third and goal from the 6. Marty Football today brought to you in part by Dakota Beverage. Remember, whether it's Coors Light or Miller Lite, please drink responsibly. Huge play here. 3rd and goal at the 6-yard line. Hirsch in at running back. 2 men to the left, 1 out to the right. Straight drop back. Riken throws to the end zone. He's got a man. It's caught. Touchdown! Carbajal!
And a perfect throw from Rugby Riken. Carbajal, a great route, able to get a little bit of separation, and the Lancers going to take a 4th quarter lead.
And now the all-important point after kick from Camden Vance.
Take a look at it here. Just what a throw from Riken.
It was perfectly thrown over the defender to Carbajal in the left corner of the end zone. And now Vance going to try to tack on the PAT. Noah McDermott is the holder. Snap on target. Kick on the way. It is good. 7:13 left to go in regulation. Lancers 20, Broncos 13. Back with the kickoff in 30 seconds on KYNT.
Looking for fuel or more? Stop by Triple Time Rudy's, your locally owned convenience store at 17th and Broadway. At Triple Time Rudy's, they're proud to support the community, offering fuel discounts to Yankton's largest employers and backing local activities and events. Inside, you'll discover regional favorites like Dimmick Cheese and premium meats from the Kaler and Renner lockers. Whether it's a quick snack, a tank of top quality fuel, or a taste of local goodness, Triple Time Rudy's, fueling your day, fueling the community.
KYNT, Yankton, FM 1021 and AM 1450, Yankton's home team.
That last scoring drive for the Lancers. 12 plays, 82 yards, 6:55 time of possession. Riken to Carbajal from 6 yards out. The point after kick is good for Carbajal, his 2nd touchdown catch of the year. And the Lancers are up 20-13 here in the 4th quarter. 7:13 left to go. Both teams have all their timeouts left. Vance to kick it off. End over end kick. Hill at the 10-yard line, running to his left. And he tries to get to the sideline, tackled out of bounds. Penalty flag down near the 29-yard line. This may be a horse collar tackle.
Yeah, I got a little rough on that tackle. See what they see here.
It was on the far sideline, and the way the return man went down, it was a tackle up near the shoulder pads. And we got a feeling this one's going to be against the Lancers. Horse collar tackle. Referees conferring near the 32-yard line here. Overcast skies. Winds have picked up a little bit here in the second half. Temperature has been hanging around the mid-50s, 57. Yep. Unnecessary roughness. 15-yard walk-off from the end of the return. First down, Hastings. They'll have it near their own 43-yard line. They operate left to right on the radio dial. They've got Cynic back in at quarterback. So the quarterback, maybe with the better arm, the more passing-oriented quarterback, into the game. 1st and 10. Lights are on here at Crane Youngworth Field on this cloudy, overcast day for homecoming. They're going to go to the run. Armbruster tries the right side, and he'll skip through a tackle, and he's down hard at about the 48-yard line, and slow to get up is the junior out of California.
Yeah, you don't like seeing that. He's been having a great day. Oh, he tried to get up and then just went back down.
Not sure what happened there. He did land a little awkwardly at the 48-yard line of Mount Marty, and he is still down on the turf. Let's hope that young man's okay. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Parker Hannafin. It's day one of your new career, and Parker of Yankton has immediate openings for all production positions. They're offering newly increased wages, 13 paid holidays, and some of the most competitive benefits in the area, all beginning on day one. Learn more at parker.com. Clock stops, 6:54, fourth quarter. Lancers, 20. Broncos, 13. And Dalton Armbruster being tended to. He will walk off the field under his own power, now jogging towards the Hastings sideline. 20 first downs for Mount Marty in this game, just 8 for Hastings. They have busted off a couple of big plays on the afternoon. And it is going to be Brady Lichtenberg, the sophomore out of Windsor, Colorado. He comes into the game at running back for Hastings. 2nd down and 2. Gain of 8 on that last play for Armbruster. And it's going to be a play action. Blitz coming. Pass over the middle. It's going to be caught. And racing into the secondary and all the way to the goal line. That's a catch for Nappy. We haven't called his number all day, but he just got a 48-yard touchdown catch.
Talked about him in the pregame. He's been racking up good games against the Lancers the last couple of years. He had 2 years ago, 5 catches for 72 yards and a touchdown. Last year, 6 catches for 80 yards and a touchdown. Now he's going to make it 3 for 3, 3 touchdowns against Mount Marty in 3 years. His first today.
For Jarrett Sinek, his 3rd touchdown pass of the year. For Nappy, his 2nd touchdown catch. And that ties his long at 48 yards on the season. Now the all-important PAT. Wilmot, high snap, brought down, kick on the way. It is good. 6:31 left, 4th quarter. We're tied up at 20 between Mount Marty and Hastings. We're back with the kickoff in just 30 seconds on KYNT.
A big thank you from Mount Marty University to one of Yankton's greatest employers and friend of the community, Aztec. They're very proud to support the Mount Marty Lancers. The vision at Aztec is to build industry-changing solutions that create life-changing opportunities. And you can build a career with the group that's built to connect from rock to road. Click careers at aztecindustries.com. Best wishes, Mount Marty, from your friends at Aztec.
That last scoring drive, 2 plays, 56 yards, just 36 seconds time of possession. Jared Sinek to Eli Nappy from 48 yards out. The point after kick is good. And just like that, we're tied up at 20. 6:31 left to go in regulation. And Mount Marty will get the football back. Wilmot has it teed up. Pearson and Carbajal back deep. High end over end kick. Pearson collects it at the 4-yard line. He'll run to his left. Trying to get to the sideline, and he's cut down at the 26-yard line. That was Bryce Chaplin on the special teams tackle for the Broncos. Both teams have all their timeouts left. They'll put the ball down at the 27-yard line. All right, they're going to put 7 more seconds on the clock. It'll be 6:23. And the Lancers have it 1st and 10. They operate right to left on your radio dial. Hirsch in at running back. 3 men out to the left. Broadnax out to the right as wide receivers. Now Hirsch shifts over to the left side of his quarterback in the shotgun set. He'll stay in and block. Rollout. Outlet. Hirsch catches it. Tries to make a man miss. Cannot do so. Got back to the line of scrimmage. They'll give him a 1-yard gain to the 28, and that is all.
Mount Marty's got a chance to close out this game here with a long drive. They've done it in the couple of weeks previous at Doane, where they controlled the ball for 13 of the 15 fourth quarter minutes. They've had long drives here today, including that last touchdown run. If they can do something like that here, they could close it out. Hastings needs to get a stop.
2nd down and 9. Play action. Riken being pressured, throws a pass down the middle of the field. Richmond catches it at the 40-yard line of the Broncos, and he tumbles ahead to get a few more yards to the 35. Big play by Moshe Richmond, 1st down Lancers.
Or just go most of the way down the field in one play. I like that too. Either strategy, that works. Great play for Moshe.
Marty Football brought to you in part by Aztec. Build your career with the group that's built to connect from rock to road. Now the Lancers probably in 4-down territory. Empty backfield. Riken throws over the middle. It's tapped at the line of scrimmage and incomplete. Ooh, that was fortunate.
That was fortunate. Take a look at it here. They were trying. Hastings went after it for a second, hoping it was still going to be live, but no, that's just a batted ball.
Batted ball knocked down. Brings up 2nd down and 10. Clock stops. 5:04 left in regulation. We're tied at 20. 2nd and 10. 2 men trot out to the left. Now Waholes in motion, comes over to the left side. Hirsch in it, running back to the left of his quarterback. Now he'll clear out of the backfield. It's going to be Riken, makes a man miss, tries to break containment, spins ahead, got 2 yards. Couldn't get to the sideline, which was open. He was cut off from escaping that way, but he got 2 yards. 3rd down and 8.
I think on the defensive side, that was Gio Mendoza who closed off. Stayed home and was able to close off that route to the sideline, had to force him upfield. That was good defense, keeping him inside the hashes. 3rd down.
2 men out to the left, 2 men out to the right as receivers out of the shotgun. Riken, play action, pressure coming, throws up, throws the long ball towards the end zone, and there was bumping going on. Penalty flags fly, incomplete at the goal line, but that's definite pass interference.
Yeah, Rodney Broadnax draws it for the 2nd time, and once again, it's pretty obvious. You can see it here on the replay, just throwing downfield. Broadnax is completely tied up with the defender. Flag throws instantly.
And again, that's a 15-yard walk-off. If this was the NFL, it's spot of the infraction.
Yeah, that's not here.
Yep, in college football, it is a 15-yard walk-off, and that's going to move the ball potentially in field goal range. And they are going to tag Marcus Dustin, the defensive back for the Broncos. 15-yard walk-off. Moves it into the red zone. They're at the 18-yard line, are the Lancers. 1st down and 10.
Now Marty's playing well right now, just getting down the field. They got to keep it moving.
4:14 left to go in regulation. Waholes comes in motion. Play action, pass. Waholes clobbered in the backfield, thrown for a loss of about 8 yards.
Yeah, Hastings is starting to just jump on these screens. You've been running them all game long, and you can see the linebacker just crashing down instantly. Waholtz clobbered.
Yep, they're going to officially say a loss of 5 on the play. Not as bad as I originally thought, but that's a big negative, and that's what you can't do in the red zone because it potentially takes you out of field goal range. 3:40 and counting. 2nd down, 15 yards to go. Rowland comes in motion from left to right. Play action to Hirsch. Throw over the middle of the field into the end zone, tipped and incomplete. That kind of held up there, intended for Richmond.
That was dangerous. Triple coverage there as well in the end zone. 3:21 left, tie game. Fell incomplete, thankfully, for the Lancers.
Yeah.
Got to take care of the football.
They had Carbajal cutting underneath at about the 10-yard line till he was wide open on that play.
Yep.
I thought initially that pass was headed that way. Instead, it was going towards Richmond in the end zone, and he was well covered.
Now here on 3rd down, you don't need all of it. You just need some of it to give your field goal kicker just a little bit more. Throw an under route and see if you can get yards after the catch to get there, but you want something.
Riken, drop back, blitz coming, rolls out to his right, He's got room to run. He's going to cut up field. He's got a chance. He's down to the 10-yard line. He's about a yard short of the marker, and now decision time. Do you kick the field goal on 4th down and 2? Yes, they will.
This is the Lancers saying they trust their defense to hold the lead once they kick it.
The ball's at the 11-yard line. The 9-yard line is where they needed to get to. It's just inside the right hash mark. Camden Vance on the year is 5 of 5 on field goals. This will be a 27-yard attempt. Snap on target. Kick on the way, partially blocked, and it's no good. And the Broncos take over with 2:28 left to go, and they've got all 3 timeouts left.
Let's take a look at it here, see if we can see who got the big pop in the air. There's the snap, hold is down, and that might have been a defensive back there. That might, or in a linebacker, Wyatt Ryan, I think, who might have been the guy who actually got a hand on it.
The ball will be put at the 20-yard line on a missed field goal inside the 20s. Hastings has it there. 1st and 10. They bring out Jarrett Sinek at quarterback. 2:28 left. Hastings has all their timeouts and the 2-minute timeout to work with. They've got a long way to go. And they're going to go to the run. Armbruster going to his right is swallowed up, but he'll get about 6-7 yards on the play to the 27. Hastings doesn't appear to be in a hurry, and they may let this clock wind down to the 2-minute timeout. They're going to huddle up. 10 seconds left to go before the 2-minute timeout. They're in no hurry. Now they come to the line quickly. They may snap it, maybe try to draw off sides. No. We've reached the 2-minute timeout. Lancers 20, Broncos 20. We'll step away for 60 seconds before we do. Tehl, you got something?
Yeah, just one thing before we do. I'm mistaken. I did see the replay. It was Hudson Devlin, a freshman D lineman, number 95, who got that block. Credit him.
So that's a big play by the freshman for Hastings. 2 minutes left to go in regulation, tied at 20, back in 1 minute. This is Mount Marty Football on KYNT.
Hannah is at the library, and she brought Runza onion rings.
They're very crunchy, and crunchy is loud.
That's the double-dipped breading talking. Maybe they'd be quieter if you dip them in Runza's onion ring dip.
Wait, they have onion ring dip?
They do. Make some noise for Runza's homemade onion rings and dip, because Runza makes it all better.
Runza on Broadway by Menards in Yankton.
All right, we got 2 minutes left in regulation. Tied up at 20 apiece between Hastings and Mount Marty. Homecoming here at Crane Youngworth Field. I'm Steve Thum. He's Tehl Tanner. 2nd down and 3 for the Broncos. They'll line up with the pistol formation. They've got all 3 timeouts left. Roll out. Sinek under pressure, being pursued. Rolls out to his right. He's got some room, and he'll have the 1st down as he runs out of bounds near the 30-yard line. That is a 1st down for the Broncos. So Sinek wanted to go to his left. It was good pursuit, but Sinek did exactly what he needed to do to move the chains and save a timeout. 1:53 left. 1st and 10 Broncos. 2 men out to the left. Armbruster at quarterback. Now Nappy goes in motion over on the right side. Sinek drops back, has time, throws down the field into coverage, and it is going to be incomplete. Bargan had it in his hands, was tumbling down, drops it at the 38-yard line of the Lancers. Incomplete.
Big time coverage there from the Lancers. Asmaram Muhammad on an island alone. It was kind of just dropped by the receiver. He had a chance at it, just couldn't get it.
Mount Marty Football today brought to you in part by CoreTrust, helping you achieve your personal and business goals. It's CoreTrust Bank. Raise your expectations with CoreTrust, member FDIC. 2nd down and 10. They'll go to the run. Armbruster running to his right, tries to get to the edge. He's shut down, no gain on the play. Let's see if who's going to call timeout? Will it be Mount Marty or will it be Hastings? I think Mount Marty actually called the timeout. Let's see what the official says. So Mount Marty calls the timeout on defense. This timeout brought to you by Pizza Ranch. For legendary chicken and the best pizza, it's Yankton Pizza Ranch. They're on Broadway. Call them at 665-1222. We'll keep it here during the break. 1:37 left, tied up at 20.
And what a game we have had so far. The twists and turns, the lead changes. Started off completely defensively. 7-6 at halftime. Turnovers for both teams. We saw fumbles. We saw an interception by Hastings. Second half, teams are taking care of the football, and they've been running the ball pretty effectively. Armbruster, 128 yards on the ground today. Now we're in a 3rd and 10 here, probably a passing situation. Through the air, Sinek is 3 completed passes for 112 yards. He has been throwing deep.
And a few moments ago, Mount Marty missed a field goal.
Yeah, blocked by the freshman, Hudson Devlin.
3rd down and 10. For the Broncos, they're at their own 30-yard line. Lancer defense needs to hold. Out of the shotgun, Sinek claps his hands. He drops the football, rolls out to his right, throws. He's got a safety valve, man, and Armbruster makes a man miss, and he gets the first down at the 42-yard line. Oh, mercy.
Hastings almost just gave Mount Marty a gift with that one, with the fumble, and then almost had Armbruster in the back there, but he's able to break arm tackles and get all the way down the field for the first down.
All right, they reset the chains, and clock has not started yet. Now it will. Minute 20 and counting. Sinek lines up his team at his own 42-yard line, 1st and 10. Pistol formation. Drops back, rolls out, pressured, throws, safety valve. That's Armbruster, and he'll struggle ahead for a 2-yard gain. And let's see if Hastings wants to call timeout. No. They are nope, now they will. They let the clock roll for a couple extra seconds. And I believe the Broncos have called timeout. That would be their first of the second half. Yep, indeed. And this timeout brought to you by Pizza Ranch. They have legendary chicken and the best pizza. It's Yankton Pizza Ranch. They're on Broadway. Call them at 665-1222. Again, we'll keep it here during the break. We've got exactly 1 minute to go in regulation. It'll be 2nd down and 7 coming up for the Broncos when play resumes. And they have the ball at their own 44-yard line. Whew. Boy, this has been an exciting game, and we may be a long way from done, depending on how things go here.
Yeah, there's a solid chance. 1 minute left, 20-20. This is what it all comes down to. Homecoming game for the Lancers. Lancers spoiled senior day for Hastings last year on the road, if you remember. They got the win down in Hastings. Hastings now trying to spoil Lancer days with a game-winning drive. Mount Marty trying to hold and force overtime.
Or perhaps get the ball back and score, but
potentially.
We'll see what happens here. Shotgun set. Armbruster to the right of his quarterback. 2 men to the right, 1 to the left. High snap brought down. Sinek has time, throws, and it's incomplete. Intended out over on the left side for Cole Thorne, sophomore out of Grand Island, Nebraska. Incomplete at about the 45-yard line of Mount Marty. 3rd and 7. Clock stops, 55 seconds left. Hastings taking their time in the huddle, but they got plenty of time. 18 on the play clock.
Massive 3rd down.
3 men out to the right. Armbruster to the left of his quarterback in the shotgun set. 3 down linemen for the Lancers. They're only rushing 3. Pressure, pass, caught, Nappy at midfield, leaps a man, and he's going to have a first down at the 43-yard line of the Lancers, and that's that man again, Nappy.
They target the backup linebacker, Cameron Jones, on that one, on the crosser route. Just let Nappy get by him. Great receiver for Hastings over the last couple of years and making the Lancers pay here.
All righty, first down and 10 from the Lancer, 43-yard line. 43-yard line, 2 men out either side. Pass towards the sideline. It is going to be caught, and that's a completion at the 28-yard line to Quayshawn Hill, the senior. And they got to reset the chains. 34 on the game clock, and the Broncos still have 2 timeouts left. They're nearing field goal range. The long this year for Wilmot is 32 yards. Lancers bringing some pressure, and Sinek is going to run, and he's got an open field. He'll get to the 20, penalty flag down, though back at the 30-yard line. That stops the clock with 18 seconds, and the Broncos look frustrated.
Oh, my gosh. I can't even say how big this penalty is if it's holding on the Broncos. It'll push them out of field goal range, potentially. At the 27-yard line of Mount Marty, 28-yard line of Mount Marty.
If it is indeed hold, and it was thrown right in that area where you expect holding to be called. Officials conferring right at the 28-yard line. And now the field judge coming into the huddle here. Clock stops, 18 seconds left.
You know, from where they are right now, you're looking at around a 45-yard field goal, certainly at the edge of the range of a kicker, but maybe you could get it. You're backed up 10, probably out of range at that point. You got to get yardage. 18 seconds left is all.
The officials conferring. Now, remember, the quarterback did take off and run. That could change the circumstances. They may pick up the flag. And now Carter Olson, the official, going over to explain to Matt Franzen, the head coach of Hastings, what's going on here. And the official, one of the officials, coming over and talking to John Micheletti as well on the near sideline. And we still do not have a signal from the official. "18 seconds left. This is a huge call. Holding offense. 10-yard penalty. Mount Marty has declined the 10-second runoff, and that's interesting.
That is interesting. 18 seconds left. You take the 10-second runoff, we go down to 8, and 1 play and a field goal would all you have. So,
well, a timeout has been called.
Okay.
All right, yes, that's what I thought.
That's more.
So what the official says is that Mount Marty wanted the 10-second runoff. Hastings had to burn a timeout to prevent that. So that leaves Hastings with 1 timeout left and 18 seconds. This timeout being brought to you by Pizza Ranch. They've got legendary chicken and the best pizza. It's Yankton Pizza Ranch. They're on Broadway. Call them at 665-1222. We'll keep it here during this timeout as tensions very high here at Crane Youngworth Field.
18 seconds to go. 1 timeout for the Broncos. You need another 10 to 15 yards to feel good about a field goal try to try and win the game. 1 timeout left. You can still use the middle of the field.
Yes.
And if you're able to get a first down, the clock stops as the chains move.
Jarrett Sinek at quarterback sends 3 men out to the right side. He has Armbruster at running back next to him. Shotgun set. 4 down linemen. Low snap. Sinek being pressured. Throws towards the end zone. Over everybody's head. Incomplete. Penalty flag down on Muhammad as he got tied up with Eli Nappy.
Now, I wasn't sure that was going to be thrown specifically because I wasn't sure it was catchable. That was thrown pretty far away from the receiver. They were definitely tied up, and I think Muhammad is saying Nappy had a hold of him, actually. We can see it here.
That is going to be a 15-yard walk-off and an automatic first down, and that may get him back in the field goal range. Pass interference on the defense.
An automatic first down. The down marker doesn't matter too much with 11 seconds to go, but the 15 yards, that might put him in range there, Steve.
Yep, the ball is now at the 23-yard line, and with 11 seconds left, that's plenty of time for Hastings to run a play They do have a timeout to use, so they can use the middle of the field, maybe take a shot at the end zone, but maybe play it safe, go short, and set up their field goal kicker. They're on the left half mark. Pistol formation. Straight drop back. Roll out to the right. Being pursued, and it is going to be thrown towards the sideline. Incomplete. Mitchell applying the pressure. And Cynic is slow to get up.
And that play took way too long.
Yes.
5 seconds left.
Yeah, I thought they'd go quick and short because if they miss it, you still got time. Now the field goal unit comes out. This will be a 40-yard attempt.
Oh, man.
That is 8 yards longer than Wilmot's longest. Now, is Mount Marty going to spend a timeout and make him think about it? It's near the left hash mark. Shaw, the punter, is the holder. Here comes Coach Micheletti. He wants a timeout. He didn't get it. A kick is on the way. And no, they got it. They got it. That would have been good.
Yeah, that was a good timeout call. That was good from 40. Coach Micheletti called the timeout. The official ran on to signal the end, but that would have done it.
Timeout. Yep, the kick would have been good, but the timeout was called before the snap. Now, the bad news for Hastings is that your kicker just nailed it, but it didn't count.
But you know what?
But
that might just build his confidence. He said, hey, I just did it.
Exactly. So they put 5 seconds back on the clock. And now Wilmot's got to try it all over again. That had plenty of distance, and it would have been good. Heck, that would have been almost good from 45, if not 50, the way that he had the leg on that one.
That was a beautiful kick. It would have been good from 50.
But can they do it again?
All comes down to this.
So they'll line up again. Shaw will hold. The long snapper is Keenan Dirks. 40-yard attempt from just inside the left hash mark. Fans making noise. Here they come, and it is a low-line drive. It is good! It just crawled over the crossbar. And 1 second is on the clock. And Hastings leads 23-20. That barely cleared it by 5 inches.
Barely. It was very, very close. Kind of a knuckleball there. But we do have penalties flying, and there is 1 second on the clock. This game might not be quite over. If this is some
sideline warning.
Yeah, on Hastings, the game is not over. There's 1 second left. So the Lancers are going to get a chance at a kick return, and this might back up Hastings a bit, the shorter field. It's going to come down to whether Mount Marty can get a special teams touchdown or not either way. They might try and fair catch and just chuck one up.
Yep. Unsportsmanlike conduct on Hastings. So they're going to assess that on the kickoff. Yep, the field goal is good. So they tagged, was it Kellen Robertus, and also the running back Dalton Armbruster, who were on the bench.
But what a kick once again.
Yeah,
you can see it here. It was
a completely different kick. It was a low line drive, and it just barely got over the crossbar. So now the thing for Hastings is that you want to do a squib kick. You don't want to kick it up in the air because Mount Marty could call for a fair catch, and that means no time ticks off the clock, and then you got a chance for a Hail Mary. If it's a squib kick, you can cover it up, but that 1 second will tick off the clock. So the line for the kickoff will be the 20-yard line after the penalty, and it will be Wilmot. You got to figure he is not going to put this one in the air. You want to maybe just a hard squib kick. And perhaps if you're Mount Marty, you do the old backyard play. pitchy woo-woo, as they say.
Yeah, if you got a special teams trick up your sleeve, now's the time.
Wilmot approaches it. It's a low-line drive, and it is going to be picked up by Pearson running to his left. Now he cuts back, and he pitches it. It's loose on the ground, and it's covered up by Hastings at the 36-yard line. And the Broncos have prevailed here on homecoming day. 23-20 is your final score. The teams are both at 4-4 on the regular season. And the hero of the day is Colton Wilmot, the kicker for the Hastings Broncos. Had to kick it twice and barely made it, but made it he did in the final moments, and Hastings gets a big win on the road in the Great Plains Athletic Conference. We're going to take a 2-minute timeout. We'll come back and begin the postgame show that's being brought to you today by Aztec. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. This is Mount Marty Football right here on KYNT.
Busch Light, the perfect companion for hunting season. Because let's be honest, the stories, the laughs, and that first cold sip are half the reason you head out before sunrise. Whether you bag a trophy or just some good memories, make sure there's a Busch Light waiting at the end of the day. It's the beer that fits right in with early mornings, muddy boots, and tall tales of the ones that got away. Busch Light, brewed for hunters and storytellers.
Buying a home isn't just about real estate. It's about investing in yourself. At the Move Group, we believe the best time to buy is when it makes sense for you. Our expert agents put people before transactions, meaning we listen first, provide honest guidance, and help you make a confident decision. No pressure, no gimmicks. Markets change, but the right home is about more than just numbers. It's about finding the right fit for your life and your future. When you're ready, we're here to help. Contact the Move Group today.
We're passionate about getting yearly mammograms because 1 in 8 women will be diagnosed with breast cancer. You can get a yearly mammogram to detect it early. Would it help if I requested nicely? Please, could you be so kind as to get a mammo? Or singing it. Get your mammogram starting at 40. Or with a British accent. Schedule your mammo with an Avera Breast Center at avera.org/breast or call 888-422-1410.
Craving a sip of sunshine? Meet Surfside, iced tea, green tea, or lemonade. Real flavor, real juice mixed with vodka, but only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and absolutely 0 bubbles. Whether you're into peach tea, mango green tea, or strawberry lemonade, Surfside brings the party, smart and smooth. It's like sunshine in a can with adult approval. Must be 21 or older. Surfside, 0 bubbles, all vibes.
This is the post-game show for Mount Marty Football, brought to you by Aztec. Build your career with the group that's built to connect from rock to road. A heartbreaking loss here on homecoming day for the Lancers. Hastings prevails 23-20 over Mount Marty. I'm Steve Thum. He's Tehl Tanner. And tell you what, we expected a close game. Last year, the margin of victory, 3 points. Today's margin of victory, 3 points between these two particular squads, and it was a field goal from 40 yards out by Colton Wilmot with 1 second left to go. That the difference in today's contest. Let's begin our post-game show with the Runza Rundown. And that's brought to you, of course, by Runza of Yankton. If you're on the run, make it Runza. They get you your food fast so you can get going. They got Runzas, burgers, fries, onion rings, salads, chicken, and more. And thanks to Runza for their support of Mount Marty football. And it was the big play today, time and time again, Tehl. That was the difference for Hastings.
Yes, it was. As we start off our highlights, I got to say one more thing. It wasn't just a 3-point game this year and last year. It was a 3-point game the year before that as well. The last 3 straight games all decided by exactly 3 points between these two. Hastings winning 2 of the 3. Lancers got the win last year. Let's go to those highlights, though. Started off in the first quarter, it was an interception kind of starting off the game. It was Cole Cripps taking away the pass from Hastings. Lancers were set up. They weren't able to go down the field and score because they turn it over themselves. There's a lot of turnovers to start off the ball game. But it was Cole Cripps who forced a fumble for the Lancers. They're able to get it back again. Kavion Rogers with the recovery. And then the Lancers go down the field. They were able to score the first touchdown of the game. It was Kyle Hirsch on a great play from Rugby Riken as two men are hanging off him, trying to get him on the ground. Kyle Hirsch able to take that all the way for the score. Hastings able to get down the field. They are turned away in the red zone, however. They are settling for a field goal. At that point, we're 7-3. Hastings goes down and gets another one, and it's 7-6 at halftime. Then it's Moshe Richmond, the freshman receiver, with one of the best touchdowns he's had. Throw over to the near pylon. He grabs it in the air, twists his body, able to get in the end zone for the touchdown. Great play. Then it was Hastings. This is the Armbruster touchdown run to tie things up at 13 apiece, just making Lancers miss, getting in the end zone. Great play. After that, Rugby Riken to Carbajal in the end zone, make it 20-13. Lancers with the advantage here in the third quarter. Take it to the fourth. Hastings goes and ties things up here with this long one from Nappy. Nappy goes all the way down the field in a 48-yard touchdown catch and run to tie things up at 20 apiece. And a great run there. Lancers try to force it out. He's able to get his way into the end zone. After that, the Lancers, they get down the field. They try and kick a field goal in the final minutes, and it's going to be blocked by a freshman, Hudson Devlin, who's able to get a big right paw on it. Makes it short, just short. Hastings goes down the field themselves, and we have this one from 40 yards from Wilmot. He made it twice, and Hastings going to walk away with a victory.
And the rundown of the game there brought to you by Runza. And just another heartbreaking loss for Mount Marty here. 23-20 is your final score. Let's check out the stats for the game. It's brought to you by the Meat Lodge. You want top quality meat at great prices? Well, head to the Meat Lodge in Yankton. They're on the way to the lake on Highway 52. The team stats a little deceiving, because Mount Marty held the ball for almost 15 more minutes in this game than did Hastings.
Yeah, it was the big plays for Hastings that was getting them down the field. We talked about the 52-yard touchdown, or the 48-yard touchdown from Eli Nappy. Well, Weidinger had a 61-yard catch, and then you had the 60-yard run from Armbruster, as well as the touchdown run that was also a long one of 25 yards. It was big plays for Hastings. The Lancer defense was pretty stingy, but there were 4 or 5 really long plays for Hastings that got them down the field today.
And the penalties did work in Mount Marty's favor. A lot of penalties today, 11 against Hastings.
119 yards on the penalties, too.
Yeah, 6 against Mount Marty on the day. 22 first downs for Mount Marty and 14 first downs for Hastings. We are joined in the broadcast booth by Coach John Micheletti, and our post-game interview being brought to you today by Conklin Distributing. Packed with essential vitamins and nutrients, Rise Fuel gives you the power to push harder, go faster, and perform better. Fuel your ambition and unleash your potential with Rise Fuel. Coach, thanks for joining us here. A tough way to lose homecoming game. You had a chance to kick a field goal there, and one of their guys got a big hand on it, sent it awry, and then they were able to march down the field and get the field goal to cross over the crossbar, I think by about 5 inches to spare. What did you tell your team after the game?
Yeah, that's a tough one to be able to talk after a frustrating one like that, but it sounds like a broken record, but you make too many errors. Like we get eyes. We talk about the run game, and obviously the run game is going to open up play action and, get eyes in the wrong spot multiple times. It's frustrating, and having times to be able to get them off the field on third down, and we're just lackadaisical tracking or tackling. And, we talk a lot about being in those big situations. There's Tim Grover, a guy used to trained Michael Jordan way back in the day. Obviously, I'm a big Michael Jordan fan, so always, research different things like that. And there's always different types of people, the ones that, first of all, you got to make it to be able to want and be in that situation. But then the next one is everything's got to be right for you to be able to perform. And then the last guy is being able to perform no matter the circumstance. So giving putting those people in those positions where it doesn't matter the circumstance, you got to be able to perform under whatever pressure or situation arises.
Jackson Waholes, big game today, 14 catches, 78 yards on the day, and it was the short passing game today. Coming into this game, did you see something against their defense where you say, hey, a short pass could work for us today?
Yeah, they would put 2 over 3 constantly, especially into the boundary, which is where you saw the short side of the field. A lot of times is when we would throw those. So we were able to do, there's a few times, it should be, what do you say, ended with 78 yards or something? It should have probably been 115 yards. Mm-hmm. Jackson is a good player and takes, his criticism well, but we got to fight for those extra yards. It's not always about stepping out of bounds early, and all for protecting ourselves, but we also got to make sure we move the chains.
How about that touchdown catch by Moshe Richmond? That was a great acrobatic catch.
Yeah, he's a great athlete, and it's great to see him constantly getting more and more comfortable around. I hope be able to see that for the next 3 years as well.
Want to go back to that first touchdown for Rugby Riken too. Somehow escaping 2 men hanging off of him, able to find Kyle Hirsch, and then Hirsch just did what he does, the explosive play. He's able to get in the end zone. That was special.
Yeah, it's I'm glad I'm not the one trying to tackle him in the backfield. He had a couple of those today. We're able to dump one off to Malachi and one to be able to get back to the line of scrimmage. He's doesn't create a double negative too many times. Heck of a competitor.
When they switched quarterbacks, they switched actually a couple times during the game today. You had the running quarterback in Kudlicek and then Sinek, the more passing-oriented quarterback. And they didn't necessarily put up great numbers today, but it seems like, boy, they made passes when they needed to.
Yeah, no, 11 got hurt early in the year, got his first time getting back out there, and I knew one of his legs were a little banged up, so they weren't going to run too much with him. But he does have a strong arm, transferred over from not too far away. He came from USD, so, good athlete, heck of an arm there, but just didn't get off the field when we needed to.
Talk about your defense today. Any bright spots defensively that you saw?
Yeah, there was a lot of good stuff. It's just at the beginning there, you look at the first half. There's 2 plays. The one where Arthur missed the tackle, and then the one where Danny got his eyes in the wrong spot. And they worked their butts off all first half. But Hastings is in the game at halftime because of 2 lackadaisical plays. And that all starts with eyes. And I talked a lot of this week's defensive plan was on those 2 safeties and Cole Cripps being the Mike linebacker, which I thought Kroll played phenomenal. I thought Danny, besides those few plays, played awesome. He was all over the field. I know at halftime he had 7 tackles and 2 of them for loss and another pass breakup on top of that, so he's productive. It's just got to be consistent as well.
I was just going to ask you about Cole Cripps. 2 early turnovers, both of them by him. He had the interception and then the forced fumble recovered by Kavion Rogers as well. Can you tell us a little more about him and his preparation?
Yeah, super humble guy. Transferred from Arkansas, Monticello, originally from Idaho. So he's new to the program, which is very hard to do, to be in the Mike Backer situation and win the job and then, be successful with it. But he's such a student when it comes time for game preparation, whether it's meeting with Coach Lambeth, Coach Ludeman, or myself. We get in a good routine on Thursdays where he's spending time, for 30 to 45 minutes, and we're just going over everything together. And then usually after practice on Fridays as well, we'll go over some more stuff too. But since it was a later game, we did it this morning. And, a lot of trust, when it comes to whatever we're telling him. So he's bought into the program tremendously. And then physically, he's a great player, so he runs well sideline to sideline, good tackler, and it shows today he got some hands too.
Look at the upcoming schedule, Coach. Dakota Wesleyan University. You got the Dakota Railroad rivalry coming up next Saturday. It's the final home game of the regular season, and what a game that is going to be. You always know it's going to be a dogfight with them.
Yeah, I'm assuming they won today. Last I saw, they were up on Waldorf. Yep. And I know they've had their struggles, but so have we. So we got to make sure that we're able to turn the page when it comes time tomorrow. and get back to work, because Coach Kretschmar is going to have those guys ready to go. They've been playing some really good football lately, which is the good time to be able to do it towards the end of the season. So we got to make sure that we're getting on that page, too, of playing some good football because we've had some negatives lately.
Coach, thanks for your time today. We'll talk to you later the week as we get ready for Dakota Wesleyan. Thanks for your time, Coach.
Thank you, guys.
John Micheletti, head coach of the Mount Marty Lancers here on the Aztec postgame show. Let's get back here to some of those stats. We were talking about them here. We were kind of going over the team stats, and why don't we shift over to the individual stats for this game?
Let's go ahead and go to that. Started off on the defensive side for the Lancers. Give you Cole Cripps' stats. He had 7 tackles, 2 of them solo as well, with the interception and the forced fumble, both for him. On the offensive side of things, Rugby Riken for the Lancers, 38 of 48, 269 yards, 79% completion percentage, 3 touchdowns on the day. For Hastings, it was Sinek who ended up with 7 completed passes, or Seneca for 7 completed passes on 11 attempts for 154 yards with a touchdown in there, 63% completion percentage, and he was just chucking it deep all game long and had a good touch on that deep ball. Running the football, Armbruster led all rushers today, 128 yards in the ground, 12 carries, had a long of 60, a touchdown run of 25. Kudlajek had 26 yards on 10 carries, Merriman 21 on 6 as well. For the Lancers, Rugby Riken had 8 rushing attempts for 28 yards net after the 2 sacks. Kyle Hirsch had 14 yards and 6 carries. Carbajal had 14 yards and 2 carries. Hartz had 11 yards on 6 carries. Receivers, Weidinger had 71 yards today on 2 catches. Nappy had 3 catches for 64 yards. And then Hill had 2 for 26. Armbruster 2 for 14. For the Lancers, Waholtz, as we talked about, 14 receptions today for 78 yards. Moshe Richmond, 3 for 58 and a touchdown. Kyle Hirsch, 6 for 51 and a touchdown. Broadnack, 6 for 49. Carbajal, 5 for 21 and a touchdown. Roland had 1 for 7. Brinsley, 1 for 3. And then Malachi Hartz had 2 catches for 2 yards today.
And that is our stat rundown of the day, brought to you, of course, by the Meat Lodge. It's on the way to the lake on Highway 52 in Yankton. We'll take a timeout. We'll come back. We'll check out the scoreboard from the GPAC and Major College Football. We'll also have our player of the game and our move of the game as well. With Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. This is the Aztec postgame show for Mount Marty Football. Hastings victorious today on a last-second field goal. 23-20 is your score. Back in a couple of minutes right here on KYNT.
Parker of Yankton is growing and investing in our community with 2 new production lines. We're hiring for a product and mechanical engineer, plus material handlers, line operation techs, and assemblers on first and second shift. We offer paid vacation, medical, dental, vision, and life insurance. Enjoy quarterly profit sharing, 5% 401k match, and a fully paid retirement income account. Be part of a company that believes in quality, teamwork, and building something that lasts, right here at home. Apply today at parker.com/careers.
Parker, engineering your success.
Rewarding you for doing everyday things, like buying gas, shopping, and dining local. Does your bank do that? If you're a Core Trust customer, your bank does that. When you open a premium or preferred checking account and meet requirements, you get access to Core Trust perks powered by Bazing, an exclusive network offering 300,000 plus deals and discounts on dining, shopping, travel, fuel, and more. Visit us online, in person, or by phone. Terms and conditions apply. Member FDIC.
Aztec has some hot job openings right now. Aztec in Yankton is now seeking employees for all shifts for the following positions: welder, industrial painter, and machine operator. A career at Aztec offers competitive pay, 10 paid holidays, incredible 401k, paid parental leave, safety incentives, and sign-on bonus for production workers. To apply for these jobs or see what other opportunities are available, go to aztecjobs.com. Aztec, built to connect from rock to road.
All right, the Aztec postgame show continues here today. Hastings spoils homecoming for the Lancers. 23-20 is the final score. And now let's move on to the scoreboard. Brought to you by Gerstner Oil. No matter what you drive, make sure you fuel up at Triple Time Rudy's. They're on Broadway in Yankton. Tehl, why don't we start off with the Great Plains Athletic Conference?
Yeah, why not? Let's start it off with the GPAC. It's Briar Cliff defeating Doane today, 28-21. The Chargers having a good season with a home victory there. Morningside does defeat Concordia, maybe taking out some frustrations after the loss last week. 59-21 was the final over the Bulldogs in Sioux City. Dordt survives Midland in a 3-point game, 17-14 in Sioux Center. And then the final game today, Dakota Wesleyan wins over Waldorf 33-14.
Moving on to the major college scoreboard today, let's check out some games in action. Alabama has just scored, but they're trailing South Carolina 22-20. No, they've just tied it up on a 2-point conversion. There's 2 minutes and change left to go in that game being played at South Carolina. Other games in progress. Missouri trying to rally. They trail at number 10 Vanderbilt 17-10 with less than 2 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. Iowa State, they're losing against BYU. BYU up in that game. The number 11 team in the country, 41-27. About 3 minutes left to go in that one. And it's Washington late in the fourth. They're about to knock off number 23 Illinois 42-25, less than 2 minutes to go in that one. Texas Tech beating up on Oklahoma State 35-0, game halfway through the third quarter. And number 21 Cincinnati leads Baylor early in the fourth quarter 27-20. And late in the third, Mississippi State ahead of number 22 Texas 31-14. Those are games in the top 25 currently in progress. Tehl, you got some final scores over there?
Yeah, we've got final scores out of the Missouri Valley Football Conference I wanted to talk about. Illinois State defeats South Dakota today, 21-13. Southern Illinois over Northern Iowa, 31-17. Youngstown State defeats Murray State, 51-17. North Dakota is handling Indiana State today, 44-10. That was in progress in the fourth quarter. And then tonight at 7 o'clock, NDSU-SDSU will play.
That is going to be a huge, huge game. In overtime, number 10 Virginia, or number 16 Virginia, survives at North Carolina 17-16. That was an overtime game there. Memphis knocks off number 18 South Florida, 34-31 is the final there. Number 8 Ole Miss beats number 13 Oklahoma 34-26. It was Georgia Tech. The Ramblin' Wreck is still undefeated. They beat Syracuse today 41-16, and Indiana just stomped on UCLA today 56-6. Indiana ranked number 2 in the nation, and the Washington-Illinois game has just gone final. Washington knocks off Illinois. Illinois ranked number 23 in the country, 42-25. Checking some scores from the Big Ten Conference. We had Nebraska beat Northwestern today, 28-21. Iowa just smoked Minnesota today. That may be as big a surprise today. Both those teams were 5-2 coming into today, but Iowa takes Minnesota out behind the woodshed, 41-3 the final score. That may be the most surprising final of the day. And Rutgers beats Purdue 27-24. Those are final scores in the Big Ten Conference. Checking some scores from the Big 12 Conference. Final scores for a game in progress. It's TCU ahead of West Virginia 10-7. Kansas State beat Kansas today. Both those teams are at 500 on the year, 42-17, the final score in that particular contest. Now let's move on to our Lancer Player of the Game. That is being brought to you by Avera Health. Visit avera.org today. And we're going to go on the defensive side of the ball, and that is Cole Cripps. He had a great game defensively today for Mount Marty.
Yeah, he did. 2 highlights. He had 2 turnovers to start off the ball game. The first one here, it was an interception, picking off Kudlajek to start off the game. Kudlajek with the throw over the middle of the field right to Cripps. He just read it well, had his eyes on the quarterback the whole way, able to give the Lancers a fresh possession. And then a few drives later, he does the same thing. Lancers just turned over the ball on the offensive side of things. One play, and he puts his helmet right on the football, knocks it out, recovered by Kavion Rogers, and the Lancers will get it back. 2 turnovers for the middle linebacker in Cole Cripps today, and he'll be the player of the game from Avera.
Yep, the senior linebacker out of Post Falls, Idaho. And that is our player of the game. Now we move on to the move of the game, brought to you by Mason Schramm. Now, are you buying or selling? Well, move with Mason and the Move Group. This was a tough call today because we had two plays that really stood out, but we're going to go with the acrobatic catch in the end zone.
Let's go to it. It's Moshe Richmond. You can see him crossing. He'll catch it in the near sideline. There's the out route. Throw from Riken. Catches it, turns his body. Athletic catch, and he's able to hit the pylon, get the ball over, and that's a touchdown for the Lancers.
And Moshe Richmond on the pass from Rugby Riken. That is our move of the game, brought to you by Mason Schramm. 23-20, the final score. Hastings with a revenge win today over Mount Marty. And, boy, this is turning into a heck of a rivalry. 3 years in a row, the margin of victory, 3 points.
2 years ago on this field, it was 45-42. That was a heartbreaking high-score loss for the Lancers. Last year, down in Hastings, Mount Marty goes and spoils senior day for the Hastings Broncos. They win 24-21. This year, Hastings coming up. As you said, revenge for that. They spoil homecoming. This game next year is going to be fun, quietly turning into one of the better rivalries of the last 3 years in the GPAC.
Yeah, it can't get much closer than what these two teams have done over the last 3 years. In fact, even go back to the debut, there's only been one game in this series so far. That was the second year where Hastings won by a comfortable margin. First year, it was a 7-point margin of victory in favor of Hastings. So
4 of 5 games, 1-score contests.
Yeah, that's pretty darn good here. But Mount Marty, unfortunately, comes up a little bit short today, 23-20. Well, next week is the last home game of the regular season for the Lancers. It'll be senior day for them. And the opponent, Dakota Wesleyan. And what a game that was last year up at Joe Quintal Field in Mitchell.
Oh, my gosh. Then talk about another couple of teams that just have incredible games. Last year, the Lancers win it in overtime, 24-17. It was a last-second kick to send it to overtime. The Lancers ripped out the ball as time is expiring. You know, all Dakota Wesleyan had to do was run one final play and take a little bit of time off and then kneel it. Lancers kept him up, ripped out the football. They were able to get that win 24-17, as I said. The year before that was double overtime here in Yankton, if you remember. It was in Yankton, 51-45. It was Dakota Wesleyan with the victory there. The year before that, it was a 4-point game in Mitchell, 38-34 final. Another couple of teams that just have fun matchups in Dakota Wesleyan and Mount Marty.
Yep, and there will be a trophy on the line next week here at Crane Youngworth Field. And for the rest of the season, we'll be back at our normal time. It's 1 o'clock kickoffs the rest of the way here for the Mount Marty Lancers. There are 2 games on the road to finish up at Morningside, at Midland. Every kickoff is at 1 o'clock the rest of the way, which means our pregame show will start at high noon for the rest of the season here for the Lancers, as again they have one more home game, that's next week, then 2 games on the road to close out the season, and those will be very difficult games at Morningside and at Midland. Tehl, final thoughts on today's game?
Yeah, the Lancers kind of in a bit of a rut after the last 2 games. You know, a loss at Dort, 33-13 last weekend. Now this loss to Hastings. Then they beat Doane before that, a 31-14 win, but before that, losses to Concordia and Briarcliff. Now 4 of the last 5 the Lancers have fallen in after winning 3 straight to start the season. They really need a bounce-back game, and when you got your biggest rivalry in Dakota Wesleyan, the only other South Dakota school, a trophy game, the Dakota Railroad rivalry, your last home game, senior day, all of it is adding up to that is the type of game that the Lancers can really turn things around if they go out and beat Dakota Wesleyan at home next week. That just puts them in so much momentum going to Morningside and to Midland in the next 2 weeks after that.
Want to thank Daniel, our board operator for today, Scotty Borman running the camera, and Cooper running the scoreboard here today, putting together a great webcast here today. And, of course, thanks to all of our sponsors for supporting Mount Marty Athletics. Tehl, anything coming up as far as the Lancer Locker goes and anything concerning other Mount Marty sports?
Yeah, so we're going to speak with a couple of golfers, actually, this Monday on the Lancer Locker, and that one's going to be a lot of fun. You know, we've been speaking with the head coach, Todd Rodig, for the Lancer women's golf team. Trinity and Abby from the team are going to come in and talk with us. That'll be at 5:30 p.m. tomorrow night is when we'll air that conversation. We've also got basketball. It's basketball season. We got home basketball next Friday that we're going to be covering. Some more basketball the week after that, obviously, and then some volleyball around the corner. We got a lot coming up here at KYN-TV.
Yeah, it's a very busy year, and I'd like to hear the interview with the golfers, because I remember years ago talking with a young lady who was playing basketball and golfing, and I asked her what the difference is. Well, in basketball, when we practice, we got to run wind sprints and that. Golf, we just go out and play more golf.
There you go.
So it's like I said, well, that's actually pretty darn smart to play golf in college. It's like, what do? Go play more golf. You know what? No, we don't have to run. Maybe don't have to really lift weights or anything like that. Just go play more golf. I'm sure it's a little more serious than that, and we'll find out more. And again, thanks to everything. And don't forget, tomorrow at high noon is the Fine Arts Hall of Fame induction ceremonies. That's over at the Marion Auditorium. Open house begins at 11:15 a.m. with the presentation ceremony starting at high noon. So that'll be one of the last events here for Lancer Days on homecoming weekend.
Yeah, and those inductees going to be Mike Gonteski for Mount Marty. He was art faculty from 1968 to 1980. Paulette Marla Schmidt graduated in 62. Excellence in vocal music there. And then S. Patricia Ann Toscano from 71, music education and direction. And then finally, your aunt.
Yep, my aunt, I don't know which one is going to. Vi Ranney, of course, she's been in this community for many years. Of course, her husband, the late Dr. Brooks Ranney, world-renowned physician, and Vi is being inducted. She just doesn't slow down. I swear to goodness, that woman has so much energy, and it is great that she is being recognized. She has been so involved in this community in many different facets, and being inducted into the Mount Marty Fine Arts Hall of Fame that will be tomorrow at high noon on the Mount Marty campus. So hopefully you can make it over there. I'll plan on being there, and so it'll be a nice big family event, and I'll get to meet the other inductees as well. And we hope that you join us 1 week from today, high noon, for the pregame show, 1 o'clock to kickoff. Mount Marty plays their last home game of the year against Dakota Wesleyan. For Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum, signing off from Crane Youngworth Field. You've been listening to Mount Marty Football right here on KYNT. Good night, everybody.
Thank you for listening to Lancer Athletics on KYNT, a Riverfront sports property and Yankton's home team. Be sure to subscribe to the KYN-TV YouTube page and hit the notification bell so you never miss the action. You can also find KYNT on Facebook, X, Instagram, and online. Remember, KYNT is your home for Lancer Athletics.